Good morning, traders, and welcome to the smoothest live stream on the entire internet. My name is Louis Smooth. You guys can call me Smooth. And today is the day that the Lord has made, guys. Let's go ahead and look at these charts. But first of all, let's say good mornings. Good mornings, Art. Mo, what is up, brother? Chad, what's going on? Tony Gold. Wayne Kessler's, what's up, man? Mo's got his clever little opener here. It says, this stream is so smooth that I slipped and fell when I joined it. Very funny, brother. Very funny. Give me a second, guys. Okay, I got my good luck sneeze out of the way. How you guys feeling today? Corey, what's up? Dylan, Larry, everyone. Mo, Curly. Everybody's here, man. We've got Larry, Mo. We just need Curly. Is Curly in the house? Any Curlies? We're looking for a Curly here. Why I oughta. All right. Let's see what we got going on here on the charts. Let's scale out to our 30 minutes, see if we find anything interesting. So we had a bit of a recovery last night, I see. A bit of a recovery. I guess things are not looking so bad. Let's see if we can get things to pop up. Oh yeah, I did eliminate a lot of my stuff here. All right, so let's see. We do have, I took everything off my chart. I wanted to start with a clean chart. I had too much stuff on my chart. All right, so we had a pop up here. It's an overnight high. That's our overnight high. All right, cool. And let's find our overnight low. Overnight low looks like it's right over here, 21,862. Awesome. Other than that, we've got our daily open right here at 21,929. Yesterday's low at 21,912. We did get a very strong signal down here, showing a major buyer absorption with a blast off there, and then we kind of just went, trapping a lot of traders short here. I'm not gonna say that move might be over. I don't really think it will be over just yet to the downside, but we did get very close to the golden pocket here. We could make another run for it, maybe then roll over, or maybe even hit the 786. Both of these levels are very important. The 786 is probably a little more important than the golden pocket at this point, because we do have a lot of liquidity up there. Right now we're looking at the heat map. Looks like there's a lot of orders around 2230. So that'll be the first target that the market may go for at 2240 level. Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, as far as anything else, let's see if we can take this off real quick. Cool. All right. What do we got here? We got something. Would you look at that? Would you look at that, man? These trend lines, man, they're scary. Let's see if we can pitch a fork. Let's see if we can pitch that fork. Pitch that fork, baby. Let's see if we can do it. All right, let's see where that fork can be pitched at here. I think that fork might be better pitched the other way. Let's see if we can pitch it the other way instead. Yeah, we'll pitch it opposite. Let's pitch it this way. Nah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that too much. Let's see if we can find a better way. See if we can figure something out here. Maybe original. The original might look better here. Modified shift. I think the original will be good here. Let's take a look at these levels. See if there's anything interesting here. Let's go ahead and make that a little tighter in there. All right, cool. Let's see if we got everything set up properly. All right, cool. Let's see if there's any levels that have been respected here, or if this pitchfork is going to be useless. All right, so right now we saw it's not beautiful. Won't fall in love with it just yet. We'll leave it off there for a sec. All right, so what we got so far is a possible short squeeze, trapping these traders short here. Let's take a look at the delta on that move. The delta here was pretty heavy. A lot of people going short here. A lot of people went short in here. So there's a lot of stops above here. They might have ran those already. There is a lot here in this candle. So that's why I'm thinking we might come back up to 22,134. Could be a good possibility. Let's go look at the 12-minute real quick. Is there anything interesting here? Yeah, this is pretty interesting right here. Look at this. We have a decent little spot right here. This area right here showing a lot of supply on that 12-minute. We did come back up into it and we did get the spill. So that supply might be wearing thin right now. If we don't make it past here, we're going to see a nasty rollover. But you see, it's been right here. We had a confluence here in this area. Seller absorption here, 22, 23. Again here, 22.15, all the way down 22.05. And then again here, 22.23. So it looks like this area has a big seller sitting in here, waiting for price to come into it so they can shoot it down. Now, obviously, we are real close to that 22,000 psychological level. So let's go ahead and mark that out also, because it's important to have that on our screen here. It's very psychological. It'll mess with your head. All right, we got that 22K right there. This is gonna be crazy. We're gonna get price gravitating around 22K and price gravitating around the VWAP. Today is FOMC day, so I think we'll probably get a lot of chop and balance in this range here between the 22K and the VWAP, which is going to be a pain in the buttocks to trade this morning. If we do get stuck in here, price is going to trade really wacky and silly all over the place. Oh, you're up $1,000, Larry? That's what's up, man. That's good. I'll go over the messages in just a second. I'm just trying to see what we've got here. So we've also got a very strong demand zone in here. Very strong demand zone with a wick down here. So let's go ahead and label that all a demand zone. So we've got supply. And we got demand. In case you guys get confused which one goes where, I'll label it for you. We've got the supply and we've got the demand. Let's go ahead and see what we've got cooking on our lower time frames here. Yeah, we got that supply candle hitting right there really hard. Looks like we could get a tumble here. Let's go through some of this. What's up, Dylan? When Kessler's, I'm sorry, man. I don't have any insurance. I can't help mow out, man. I don't have any liability insurance. Positive Insights, what's going on? Today's a quiet day, no news. Nah, nothing going on today besides Jabbar Powell with his with our destiny in his hands. That's it. Jim Daniels, what's up, brother? Bobensmek. Hey, may I share a confluence theory based on volume? Absolutely, I love volume trading. You might not be able to share it here. If you want to share it in the Discord, it's pinned in the chat here. Jump over to our Discord and I'll highlight it for everybody. You can post it right in our main chat if you want. Romana, good morning, brother. Oh, there he is. Jabbar Powell's working overtime. He couldn't sleep last night thinking about how he's going to manipulate us today with the decision. Good morning, ladies and gents. I pray all is well. Shout out to our awesome host. Thank you, brother. I want to share a beautiful story with you guys today. Rapesh, what's going on? Faiza, what's up, man? Good morning. Good morning. Mad Moxie's in the house, showing off her new fancy eval she got yesterday. Good job, Mad Moxie. What color tie you wearing today, Jabbar? Yeah, aren't there like people who bet on that kind of thing? Yep, I heard you just called my name. There you go, Jabbar's in the house. Jabbar, take it easy on us today, buddy. We got almost 50 viewers right now. Let's see if we can get at least 25 likes right now, guys. We start working on that eval. See if we can start working on that eval. Reward. That reward eval. RP. Let's see who's gotten wins so far. Let me see something. I got to update my giveaway stats here. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to make sure I don't give the same code out too many times. Okay, Matt Moxie, Thea, Bossy, Art. Alright, I think we're straight. If I ever give you guys a code that's expired, guys, just let me know. Because I do my best to try to keep track of everybody we give evals away to. But I'm doing it the old-fashioned way, and I'm just keeping track of it on a spreadsheet. And then I check our messages to make sure I have all the people in there. All right, let's go. Let's see if we can find a good trade in here. So Boba's Mech, this would have been a nice short here from that absorption level. Very nice. I use the 100 EMA and see where the price is trading above and below. Okay, smart. I do the same thing with the 21. And look at the volume, especially the 1 minute chart. Okay, so you use the 1 minute chart with the 100 EMA and look at the volume. Okay, smart. That's the same thing I do. Mr. Shop Enterprises says, good morning, everyone. Second day on here, really excited. Oh my, look at that. All right, guys, let's go ahead, pay attention to the charts here. See what is going on. Right into our demand zone here. See if we can't pull off a nice little W today. That would be beautiful. All right, we got a big push up here. Very nice, very nice. Oof, man, look at that. Right from our demand zone right there. I think we're gonna have a nice little range here for a little bit. That was insane. That was insane. How big was that drop? 31 points, right at the open. Zen, what's up? Good morning. Jabbar said big dump on the way. This guy knows everything. This is going to be one heck of a 3-minute opening range, says Art. I didn't even know there was such a thing. All right, guys. Stay level-headed today, guys. Follow your rules. Today's going to be a little bit, it could be a little bit choppy or it could be a little bit wild. So between FOMC and all the world news we have going on, it's going to be pretty wild. Let's see if we have any news right now. Anything going on? Any Iran Supreme Leader Khomeini to U.S. They should know that Iran will not surrender and any U.S. strike will have serious, irreparable consequences. Oof, those are fighting words. Take a look at the calendar, see if there's anything going on today. Today we have unemployment claims at 8:30. Those came out already. And it looks like the unemployment came in at 245, expected 246, so just a slight miss. Nothing huge. We also got building permits, came in at 1.3, expected 1.42. We got 1.39. We had a miss there. And housing starts came in at 1.26. We were expecting 1.35, so we had a miss there. So 3 misses in a row there. Market's not liking that too much. Later on today, we do have crude inventories at 10:30 for you crude guys and girls out there. Natural gas storage at 12 o'clock for all those nat gas traders. And then at 2 p.m., we have good old Jay Powell. He's going to put us through the ringer. All right, so let's see what we can get here. Very big volume spike to the downside on that move there, guys. Very big. Going right through our demand zone like it wasn't even there. Let's go ahead and take that off now. Let's check in on a 12-minute, see if there's any other levels that we should be looking at. Supplies. Looks like our next level here would be the overnight low at 21,862. We have the daily open right now it's tapping into. Let's see if that daily open catches any support there. Anyone's guess here. Let's go swing back into our 1 minute here. Yeah, pretty wild opening. Already have from peak to trough. Nice little trade here, almost 80 points. Bounce off the daily. Yep. Bounce off the daily. We could get it. We could get a little bounce from the daily. Market seems a little heavy at the moment though. Wouldn't be surprised if we don't get the bounce right away. Maybe we push down to 21.9 before we see a bounce. Just be safe, guys. Be careful. Because that overnight could have been just a setup for more dumping today. As you guys saw, we squeezed out a lot of those positions that were opened yesterday to the downside. Those guys got thoroughly squeezed. Guys and gals. The market does not discriminate. It's an equal opportunity liquidity grabber. Close that gap already. That gap was closed at 21,956. Pretty strong. Pretty strong close of the gap. Plenty of overshoot. Good morning, Bass. Amin, what's up? Jabbar says all 4 targets are straight flush down. Wow, Jabbar. Bounce off the daily open. Yeah, we got that little bounce. Okay, let's see what the market wants to do here. If there's more fleshy flush coming in, or if we got a Possible bounce incoming. We'll see. Yeah, we got a big spike to the upside here on that last move. Looks like the market may want to try to get away from these shorts here. Market looks like it is trying to get away from these shorts as quickly as possible. I did put in a limit on my funded, but it missed me by a couple ticks. We got the one on the screen though. That's the same trade I had on my Project X. I just had it a couple ticks lower and it just missed me. We saw we wicked into this one and we got that one. We missed the other one. Did Smooth catch a fall? Yeah, I did. I caught it pretty nice. I caught it pretty nice, man. Unfortunately, I didn't catch it on my funded. I missed it by a couple ticks. Sell now on Q is a straight bleeder today. Yeah, she could be. I would say that the 21 could be a good spot depending on how she reacts. Maybe even the VWAP again. But keep in mind, guys, she may want to chop. She may want to chop this area right here between 22 and the VWAP. She may want to chop this for a good while to build up some orders and then take her God knows where. God knows where she may want to take her. So everything and anything is possible here. Long from the open to the VWAP, says Dylan. Could be. That's a decent trade. I'd probably take profits a little bit sooner, maybe at the 21, but that's just me. That was a beautiful entry we caught on that. Unfortunately, we did miss that on our funded account. This area here could start getting a little heavy. Perhaps. We'll see. What's our ATR, you guys ask? Well, let's see. Our ATR at the moment is 13. Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty good, not too bad, not too bad. That VWAP is having that suction effect. She is a magnet, man, I tell you, that VWAP is a magnet. Most people don't realize how strong the VWAP is, but very strong, especially when you have other things around it, like, you know, the 22K, 21 right now. The 100 period VWAP is also right there, right here, 21,974. So this area right now is very strong. She's luring in the price action, like, come on, baby, get over here. Let me tell you something. Let me holla at you. And the price comes, and then it gets stuck there. Kind of quicksand. So be careful. Get the Kings, what's up, man? Are those a series of red, violet, and pink bars? Yeah, didn't you ask me that already? Capital preservation, yeah, maybe. So we have here these pink candles. These are high volume candles to the downside. The blue ones, this is moderate volume to the upside. The yellow here is buyer absorption. The purple ones are seller absorption. And the transparent ones like this, or maybe you call them black, these transparent ones, this is moderate volume to the downside. So we've got them all. And the green ones, these green ones are high volume to the upside. So I get all my volume and order flow information from the candles. That way I don't have to have like a million indicators up, you know, like I got this, I got that. Like instead of all that craziness, I just have it all built into the candles. Makes it much easier on trading. Good trade there. Good trade there to the right to the VWAP. Who's taking profits? They're STD bars. Yeah, that's what Mo's 100% right. They're STD bars. I'm gonna label them the STD bars. Smooth. I'm colorblind, says Bill. They all look the same to me. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, they're pink. Your colors are distorted. Yeah, they're pink. I make them bright pink, like neon pink, like 1980s pink. Took my profit. Good trade, Dylan. That's what's up, Dylan. Dr. Phil, what's up, brother? Dr. Phil, you got to take a look at these STDs, man. Let me know if these STDs are valid or not, man. Is this a real STD? Or am I just bugging here? You see this absorption here, right into the supply zone. So we got absorption, inception, I call it. We had absorption on a 12-minute scale there. Then we got absorption on a 1-minute scale right here. And then we had price coming back into it. Check this out, Dr. Phil. We had price come right back into it and get hit by the 1-minute absorption and also get hit by the larger 12-minute absorption. And look what we got, man. I've got a flush of epic proportions. I was going to take this short. This is when I was going live, but I felt it was a little late, but we should have taken it anyway. And then we got this monster move down. We saw this moderate volume spike here. So what I did was I put a limit order down here. I did it on my funded account as well, but on my funded account I missed it by a tick or so. I was right here, and this one I was a little bit slightly higher. So we knew this was going to get retraced because this has imbalances in it. Came back, retraced it, and then popped beautifully right back up. And right now we are getting some resistance at VWAP. People taking profits here right before VWAP. So what do we do next, Dr. Phil? I don't know, man. I don't know. Bobin Smek, man. Thank you for joining, Bobin Smek. That was awesome of you to join us here. Yeah, there's 67 people on the stream. Let's see if we can get those likes up to 75. We'll do our first giveaway. Or I shouldn't call it a giveaway. I should call it a reward. Some kind of appreciation token. Don't want to get flagged again. Yeah, market's looking pretty strong here to the upside. All right, so I'm gonna stop yapping so much and start paying attention to these charts, because I'm no good to you guys here just yapping and looking around. This would have made a nice little decent long here on the pullback. It would have been a nice, bam. This was absorption here by the buyers. Therefore, this candle would have made a good demand zone. As you see, we came into it and then we popped right up. Would have made a nice 1-to-1 RR so far. Dr. Phil loves STDs. Yes, he does. He's a big fan. All right. Chop the wop till the news? Maybe, man, maybe. What's up, Dan's Baby Dreams? What's going on, man? Smooth, soothing lullabies for bedtime. Yeah, well, I gotta keep I gotta keep the background music somewhat neutral, but also, you know, smooth at the same time. Smoothral, you know. And I gotta watch what I play because I don't want to get copyright strikes. And so far, this has been the only playlist that has not gotten me copyright strikes. So we trying. Yo, Jim, what's up, man? Yo, Jim is here, guys. Now we can stop talking about him. What's my settings on my VWAP? Well, my which VWAP? Because I have two VWAP settings here. I have the VWAP, the regular traditional VWAP, the session VWAP, and then I have the VWAP standard deviations. Which one do you mean? Do I have any videos on how to use the Renko bars effectively with CVD? I'm gonna work on that this week, Gifted Kings, because I only started using the Renkos with the CVD recently, and I just recently figured out how to use them with the Delta in conjunction, because it's not just like, oh, pull up the Renkos and you're good to go. You have to have the right settings, you have to have the right indicators on, and you have to understand how and where to believe where price is going to react more likely, higher likelihood of reacting the way you think. So I will work on that video this week, and I promise I will have that for you guys by this weekend or Monday. What's the difference between the two VWAPs? So I like the way this VWAP, the standard session VWAP, it resets every session. So basically it's that one. Okay. Now the settings on it, I just do the session VWAP here, anchored to the session. You can anchor it to the week, the month, the quarter, whatever you want. I keep it to the session. All right, so that's the one I have here for that. Now this one doesn't provide me the clouds that you see here with the standard deviations. For that one, I use the VWAP standard deviations, which is, this is the settings I have on it. I have here the segmented VWAP period. I have it on 1 day. I think it overlaps on the one I have here as well. So I just leave it like that. I show the, I have the first 4 checked off here. I have the rolling VWAP period 100. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I'm gonna do a dedicated video to my VWAP too, because a lot of people have been asking me about this purple haze cloud here that I have. And really, in a nutshell, what it is it tells you how far away you are from the middle of the price, the mean or the average, I guess you would call it, right? So it just shows you how far away you are from it. And the further you are away from it, the better the trade back into the VWAP could possibly be. You know, you don't want to trade when you're right on the VWAP, because the VWAP has a way of kind of like tricking you, making you feel like the price is going to go in one direction, and then it just gets sucked right in. I always reference The Godfather when it says every time you try to get out, it sucks you right back in, or something like that. The Godfather. Let me see if I can pull up that line from The Godfather. Carlito's Way too, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. So in The Godfather Part 3, it says, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. So in Carlito's Way, they say the streets is watching. She is watching all the time. No, I don't think that's it. So I think it is from, well, I know Carlito did try to get out, but then Benny Blanco got him. So just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. There you go. Yeah, and if you want the purple haze, which sometimes, you know, people don't like the color, you can always change that color too on the second tab. Now we're coming right back into supply here. See if supply here will hold up. Yeah, he was ready for the car rental business in the Caribbean. He was almost out, man. He was almost out. It's like Boys in the Hood when that one kid was going to go to college to play football, and they got him too. Hey Mo, did you stay in your long? I know I wouldn't have blamed you if you would have got out of your long position yesterday, man. That was a pretty scary price action. What a squeeze, man. What a squeeze here. Oh, your broker's going to liquidate you eventually? Yeah, I could see that happening. What's going on with BTC? We're selling our BTC short. Looks like that's still doing all right. BTC's at 104. We entered BTC at 107,235. So we're nicely in the green on that one on a 20x leverage, 21x leverage on that trade. So yeah, that one I took half profits yesterday at 103.5. And I think we can go down to 101 if this market continues to go to the downside. Gold is showing signs of uncertainty right now on a 4-hour, kind of looking like it's going sideways here. But she is at an important trend line here. See how she'll hold the trend. She still is trading above the 100 period VWAP on the 4-hour. If we look at the 4-hour here, Gold's 21 EMA is still above this 100, which still technically makes it bullish. So longs are probably still gonna be in effect here if you're playing gold swing positions. All right, we just got a pop in volume to the upside here, so it looks like we did no chopping around at the VWAP. Just cut right through it like a hot knife through butter. All right, we'll start looking for some good opportunities right now. Tap the demand and drop. Dylan, she wrecked that demand. What's up, George? How you doing, man? Good to see you guys here. You having a hard time with Apex, yo, Jim? Let me know, man. I'll make a call. I'll call Darren. I'll tell him, knock it off, bro. If you know what's good for you. I'll be messing with my smooth traders. Pay the man. See, when we open up our prop firm, when we open up really ugly generators, I think we're gonna call it really ugly generators, or rug for short. When we open up that prop firm, man, we're gonna pay everybody. We're gonna pay them even if they don't get to pay out, just for participating. We're gonna give everybody doll hairs. Oh, Dr. Phil, that sucks. Just wait, man. Rug will be open pretty soon. Everybody will be talking about rug. Will be the hottest thing. If anybody wants to be an early investor in rug, just send your Bitcoin and Ethereum to a random anonymous. Maybe we should use Dash or Monero. We'll see. I'm not sure yet which crypto we're gonna use for investors to send their funds. We're gonna be setting up in the Bahamas, our LLC, just because it's nice and sunny there. No other reason. Yeah, I was gonna tell you today, Romano. We're gonna open up really ugly generators. Wow, what a drop here! Looks like the supply level is getting to it, but I think she's still gonna continue higher to the trend line there. Trump speaking right now? Is he? Is Trump really speaking at the moment? Let's see if we can find good old Trump. I only watch No Agenda. I only watch No Agenda TV now for my news with that really funny dude. Trump says to immediately evacuate Tehran. That was 1 day ago. Where are you seeing it? Because I'm looking for Trump live right now. I'm not getting anything. Is he?
Point less. Then if it lowered 2 points, I'd pay about 2 points less. And that's for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, 5 years. It's hundreds of billions. It's even trillions of dollars that we're going to lose because of this too late. I call him Too Late Pal because he's always too late. I mean, if you look at him, every time I did
Too late,
this,
pal.
I was right, 100%. He was wrong. Maybe I should go to the Fed. Am I allowed to appoint myself, Doug? I don't know. Am I allowed to appoint myself at the
What
Fed?
a troll.
Much better job than. So anyway,
he's a troll among trolls.
It'd be nice to be 2.5 points lower. We'd be saving $800 billion, $700 billion. That's a lot of money. Take it for nothing, for absolutely nothing. We'd save $600, $700, $800 billion. We have, I think we're 38th now in interest, and we should be number 1. We should be the lowest. But
yeah, Jabbar, sorry to hear you guys aren't getting along yet.
Okay, I understand that.
You're okay with me, Jabbar.
So far, there hasn't. I mean, we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job. When I came in, we had a lot of inflation. We went through 4 years of the highest inflation in the history of our country with Sleepy Joe Biden.
Sleepy Joe, my boy.
And I don't know what the hell he was doing. And so we had
My boy Blue.
the highest inflation we've ever had in the history of the country. And then it came down because when I got elected, it started dropping because people understood that I knew what I was doing. But now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it. And he's not a smart person. I don't even think he's that political. I think he hates me, but that's okay. He should. He should. I call him every name in the book, trying to get him to do something. I've been nice to him. I do it always. I don't know how to sell. I've been so nice to him, fellas, you wouldn't believe. Let's have dinner. Too late. I'd call him too late. Come on, too late. Let's have dinner.
Too late.
I do it everywhere in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like just a stupid person. But
Wow.
I don't expect maybe he does a little bit, but we should be 2.5 points. Remember, Europe had 10 cuts. We had none. We're paying more rate, more interest than a lot of European nations that can't carry our suitcase. I'm going to be nice. It's another expression.
Too late, Joe.
You know what the other expression, can't carry your, you know what it is, but I shouldn't use it in front of the fake news. So it's very sad to see it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go very short term, like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Wait till this guy gets out, get the rates way down, and then go long term. Because we have a tremendous appetite for our debt, because our country is doing well. But think of it, I got a call from Congress 3 nights ago. Sir, we can't account for the money coming in. I said, that's a good problem. You know, the bad problem is we don't have any money. They can't account. There's so much more money than we thought is coming into the Treasury. We don't know where it's coming from, sir. I said, check out the tariffs. He calls back about a day later.
Good job, Mr. Hoyt. Beautiful.
Wow. I think you were right. Yeah, I was right. That's nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. More importantly than the money coming in, we have factories being built, AI, auto factories. 2 of them stopped yesterday in Mexico, you read, and they're coming here because they don't want to pay the tariffs. They can't pay the tariffs. It doesn't work. So I just want to wish you a lot of luck with the new flagpole. We have 2 of them, and we're going to do this one now, then we're going to do the other one. 11 o'clock or so, we're going to have a flag raising. And I got to get these guys back to work. They're making a fortune. They're standing around making a fortune. But remember this, somewhere in this group, there's somebody that is going to captivate some movie producer. Not Harvey Weinstein, but somebody else. Harvey's seen a better day. So it won't be Harvey, but it'll be somebody. And it'll say, that guy is perfect for a movie. And you're going to become a star, and your friends are going to call you, and you won't even return their phone call anymore, you know? Because you say, what do you do for a living? I put up flagpoles. I'm not even going to talk to you. I'm a big movie star. So some way you have that. Anyway, let's have a good, they call it a lifting. They also use another word, but I'm not going to use that word. Do you know what that is? The word, it starts with an E. You know what the word is? If I ever used it, I'd be run out of town by you people. All right, so enjoy it. Doc, you're going to get some good. He's going to win another Nobel Prize, I think, for this picture. So maybe the flag will be even more exciting, but this is pretty exciting. That's some equipment, I'll tell you what. Look at that thing. That's some beautiful equipment. It's there's nothing like America. Have a good time, everybody.
You can answer questions
America.
about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
You can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, would you strike it? Would
Yeah.
you please inform us so we can be there at once? I mean, you don't know that.
Yeah, he's a
even
troll,
know.
man.
You
He's
don't
such a
know.
troll.
I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, you know, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit, that was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended. It ended on the first night. Yes.
Is it too late though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Really, nothing's too late. The only thing too late is Powell.
That's
Powell's too late.
hilarious.
Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you, Mr. President?
What?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking. We may meet. It's. I don't know. There's a big difference a week ago, right? Big difference.
Took that long on my funded account there. Same one I was trying to catch from here.
It's about anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House.
Nice trade there.
It's a big difference. Yeah, but they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, you know, courageous, but, you know, it's like not
Oil's
easy
going
to
nuts.
do. But they suggested, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was
Sensei,
terrific.
what's up? Got faith hard at that
Really
944,
terrific.
but caught that 110 long. Good job. Gold looking dicey.
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. I mean, they're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. We've totally captured. You know, we've totally captured the air, Brian.
Yeah, Mr. President, you've been fairly compassionate towards the Iranian people, suggesting.
I know a lot of people from Iran, from New York, from Washington, mostly from New York. They're incredible people. They're smart. They're energetic. They can be difficult, but so can you. You know, no, they're great people.
Wow, oil just
Smart people.
had a spill,
Those
as
people
they
are
say.
getting the hell beat out of them now. And it's really
Well,
a
we'll
shame.
stay away
It's
from
so
that.
Stupid. It's so stupid. It's another one. You know, Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that, right? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, you know,
Nice
he
move
actually
here.
offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I
What's
said,
up, Manila?
let's mediate
Manila
Russia
traders
first.
in the
We can
house,
worry
guys.
about this
Say
later.
hello.
But I think that's going to work out.
All right, we're hitting that 2230 level. We had a lot of liquidity there earlier.
That one is far more
That got
people are dead
taken out
than have been
just now.
reported in the Ukraine, Russia, many more.
We do have that trend line a little bit higher.
They say nobody was hurt. You know, it's like ridiculous. Unconditional surrender. Two very simple words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions.
This could be a fake out here. I think she moves back higher.
For years they've been saying death to America,
But we'll see.
death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were
This is still a supply zone
they
here.
were
Still a supply
schoolyard
zone.
bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of
Good
bad
news.
things
That's
can
why
happen.
oil in
A lot
GC
of
dropped.
turns and bends.
Iran
So I
reached
don't know.
out. Apparently,
I wouldn't
did they
say
really?
That we wanted
It will
anything
be
yet. I
a
would say
little
that,
wild for now. Yeah, be
we
careful.
sure as hell made a lot of progress, and we'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. You know, that dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. And if you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time, and I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations, Mr. President. You said last week that changes would be coming for farmers who have seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away. But then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement would remain in place, that it's a cornerstone. So what's your message to farmers?
We got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave. Oh, do we have anybody in here that's a member of the? No, I don't think so. You've known all these people for a long time. Any illegal immigrants in here? If they were, they'll find out.
Right.
They'll be checking you. You won't believe. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. Watch. They'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before this.
What's up, Hasuni?
They'll end up being.
Welcome, welcome.
He's so-and-so.
So I'm thinking if we come back up here, we could get some more sell pressure.
I think you're going to be.
Maybe drop down the VWAP again. We do have the trend line up here, so that could be a better place to probably get short from.
I'll be right behind
We'll
you.
see.
Now look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure.
I think we're going to go ahead and move
We
that up
have
a
to
bit
take care of
here.
them.
I think that'll be a better
Most
trade.
importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Many, almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela, from all over the place. They emptied out the jails. Many of them, I would. If I were running one of the countries, I would have emptied out my prison population into the U.S., and many countries did. And we're getting them out, okay? We're getting them out. Thank you very much. Let's watch this. Brian, go ahead. Are you okay?
I'm going to follow up on the immigration real quickly. Can you comment on the impact of the Trump card and how much revenue?
Yeah, we have a thing called the Trump card. This has not been done before or thought of. And for $5 million, this is usually people that would either be working for companies like Apple, I think, is going to buy a lot of them, because they can't get people into the country. You know, if you come in through the southern border, you have no problem. You can be a criminal, you can be a drug dealer, you have no problem. But if you go and graduate #1 in your class from a great school, you can't get a job because there's no access to getting it. You can't get a green card. So we're going to sell that to people, in some cases wealthy, in some cases not wealthy. They'll be paid for by universities. Look at Harvard. They got $53 billion. That whole thing is coming to an end. It's amazing what we found out. What a disgrace. They have $53 billion. We gave them 5, 6, and some people say it's as much as $9 billion over a short period of time. So that's very much coming to it. They want to make a deal more than, I would say Harvard wants to make a deal more than Iran wants to make a deal, and Iran wants to make a deal. I mean, a lot of things are happening on a lot of fronts, Brian. A lot of good things are happening. And frankly, you know, it's a little bit of a, as we used to say liberal, now they say progressive. I use the word liberal. Progressive's too nice a word because they're destroying the country. They're really destroying the liberal politicians are destroying our country. Look what they've done during Biden's 4 years. I mean, we're working on, so much of our effort goes to getting people out of the country that should have never been here in the first place. What he's done to this country, it's not him. He had no idea what was going on. Everybody knows that. It's other people. It's Lisa and this one and that, all these people, all this scum that was around the Oval, the Oval Office or around the beautiful Resolute desk telling this guy, here, do this, do that, and not even telling him. They just go over to the auto pen and sign whatever the hell they wanted to sign. Because say what you want about Biden, he wasn't for open borders. He wasn't for transgender for everybody. He wasn't for men playing in women's sports. But he has no idea what the hell, he has no idea. And they were very upset. They wanted Bernie Sanders. And after about a week of this guy, they said, wait a minute, we just hit gold. This guy has no clue. He'll do anything we tell him. And then they realized they don't even have to get permission. They just go up to the auto pen. That's a subversion. That's a takeover of our government. And you people ought to start looking at it. That's a takeover. Not only did they cheat, I guess you saw yesterday came out with China and the license plates, tens of thousands of cards. They used those cards to vote on the second election, my second, the one 2020. Because as everybody here knows, I won that election by a lot. But the only good thing I can say is this is a much more historic term than I think I could have had as a second term. This is a much more historic election. And now we're going to put up a beautiful flagpole, and we're going to put up a flag. And I hope you enjoy it. And let's see how real people work. These are real people. You're not real people.
Yeah, he's got jokes.
Thank you very much.
How tall is the flagpole?
Close to 100 feet.
Real quick for Pakistan, sir. You have a meeting today with the Pakistani Army Chief of Staff. What are you looking forward to achieving diplomatically?
Well, I stopped a war between Pakistan. I love Pakistan. I think Modi is a fantastic man. I spoke to him last night. We're going to make a trade deal with Modi of India. But I stopped the war between Pakistan and India. This man was extremely influential in stopping it from the Pakistan side, Modi from the India side, and others. And they were going at it, and they're both nuclear countries. I got it stopped. I don't think I had one story. Did I have one story written about it? I stopped the war between two major nations, major nuclear nations. I don't think I had a story written about it, but that's okay. You know why? The people know. The people know. Did anybody write that story about the war? Did anybody? Did you write it? Oh, did you write it?
What's up, Robina?
You wrote it.
Thanks for joining us. All right, so it looks like we are approaching this trend line here. I do have a short limit position set here, but I'm not sure if we're going to roll over. But permanently roll over. But I am going to expect maybe a little bit of a reaction here. If not, we get stopped here at the overnight high. We'll see. Right now, it's hard to say. We do have somewhat of a little delta trap right now, so it could make for a decent small trade, maybe a 1-to-1. We'll see.
And that was President Trump taking questions from the media. This was after these new flagpoles have been installed on both the north and south lawn of the White House. So we did just hear the president say at 11 a.m.
Yeah, Robina, I've never seen your name before. No, I'm not telling you guys what to do. I'm just telling you guys what small trade I'm going to be possibly looking at right here. Small trade. Nothing too serious. And I'm not even 100% sure that she's going to soften up. It's just something I'm trying to see if we can get a little reaction from.
Six-day conflict does continue. He also warned Iran's supreme leader that the U.S.
But the trend is bullish right now. The trend is up. I'm not looking for a long rollover here. Looking for maybe a small trade, maybe into this level here, 22.20, possibly.
It's already run out. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Yeah, they had 60 days and a big, 60 days, plenty of time. And they made a mistake. Honestly, they made a mistake. Their country's in ruins. So many people are dead that shouldn't be dead. It's a very sad thing. Let's watch this.
I think he's done talking. He's still live.
Over here, you don't have to ruin your shoes.
He's still live.
That's why we're changing the red. People are ruining their shoes. And the wires go inside. It's very rare that you see them. Nice, when they're outside, they're very noisy. They snap in the wind. Yeah.
A personal project for you, sir.
It is. Yeah. Well, I'm paying for it. I'm spending your own money on it? Yeah. Wow. I'd say each ball is like $50,000.
Is there any update on the ballroom?
Yeah, we start pretty soon.
Where
We
we
have
gotta
a
go?
beautiful ballroom. Good question. Right here. See the east wind? Goes from here all the way. See the big piece of land over here? Goes all the way over to there. We've done it really, really good. We're using one of the top architects.
How large will the flags be?
They're big.
Do we have a group? Yeah, our group is on Discord. We don't give out trade signals or anything like that. We just help each other with accountability, psychology, stuff like that.
Hard work.
What they do, the mind.
Art says TP1 hit. Beautiful. Beautiful. I don't know if Trump's done talking here about anything important, but I'm not going to get anything too serious out of him at this press conference. This is more about like his renovations to the White House.
I've had it for a long time.
So as soon as he's off here, we'll go back to our music.
I said I had to focus. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. Big difference. But he was the same no matter what.
Yeah, it is surprising that out of all the presidents we've had, that this has never taken place. It's crazy.
Look, there's a little flagpole that's like 15 feet
and
high.
then what
A
you
little
see.
tiny flag up top. This is the real. This is the best you can get. There's nothing like this. Most of them are 20 feet, 25 feet. This is close to 100 feet. And I think it's a great location too. You put it out there, people don't appreciate it.
That's true.
And then we're going to do a flower bed around.
She's looking very strong here still. Maybe if we get a pullback, it might be to the 21.
So you have the ball.
But more than likely, she's going to want to go to the overnight highs here.
When do you go out there and hit some golf balls? When you find time in your schedule?
35 club championships. You all know that.
I know that.
35 club championships. I haven't hit a ball in 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Time to get out there.
It's time to get been a little busy. Would you rather have me be doing what I'm doing? I think.
Of course.
In the end. See the way they have that hoisted, it's great. Because if you lift it up from one, you have to lift it from the bottom.
Yeah, we're seeing some bullish absorption on the Renkos right now, so this move might still have some juice to the upside here without any pullbacks. More than likely, that's what we'll get here.
And they connect so incredibly.
Probably end up closing this out early.
Mr. President, while we're watching,
London highs at 22.65. My psychology is messy.
The phone call that he said I didn't make.
Yeah, everyone needs help with one thing or another. With me, it's more discipline. We're right up to the overnight high here. She's looking strong.
I won the case yesterday. I didn't read that I won it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody
I didn't take this on any funded accounts. We just took it here just as a experiment more than anything else. That's why I don't do limit orders too often.
is that when it goes in,
I wait for reactions
they
instead.
put sand inside. And if they use dirt or anything else other than sand, it rots out the pole over a period of years. But sand, for some reason, chemically just works. It gives you flexibility, and it doesn't do anything to the cast. It's amazing. So watch when.
Yeah, we might get a little reversal before the overnight high. That's sometimes people take profits before the overnight high. That's why my stop is there.
9 feet down. And then
See if we get a little pullback.
nothing in there right now. Just the tube goes 9 feet down. And when they fill it with sand. Pure sand. Absolutely pure sand. If they didn't, the chemicals do, they work on the bottom part. Is that interesting to anybody? No.
So you prefer the rope on the inside of the pole?
Oh, much better. First of all, it looks better. I mean, I've never seen it on this. This is the newest and the greatest. I've never seen it at Mar-a-Lago. I have a similar pole, not quite as tall as this, but the rope's on the outside, and you hear that rope banging.
What are little things sticking up out of the top? It's the little thing sticking out.
The ball?
Yeah, the bar.
What's finial?
Like the little fin.
Oh, I see. That's so they can hook up the ropes. They put the rope in later.
Sometimes you see an eagle on top of the flagpoles.
I like this guy. This is a little more classy. I'm a big eagle person, as you probably know, but this looks better.
Mr. President, can you share some of what you've told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
So keep going.
Get that push.
What do I say?
Have you given him
We got that push.
Every day. He's a good man. Doing a lot. Been very unfairly treated by his country, I think. Very unfairly treated.
Have
We
you
got
given
stopped
him
there.
an indication that
No
you may
biggie.
seek to aid them more than you have already?
No. So far, he's doing a good job. He has been treated very unfairly.
Long from 27 to 50.
He's a wartime president. And
What's going on, Eagle Eyes?
nonsense. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we're live from 9:15
Do you agree with him?
and on.
Yeah, your national security council.
Trump pumped the market. Watch out for shorts. Yeah,
That came up in particular.
for sure.
Little things, big things.
All right, next target to the upside here is last week's high at 22,106.
Straight that is, like
Very strong move here off of the possible seller absorption.
it's amazing.
Bulls came right in and pushed the market up much higher.
It's gonna be a pure sand. It's
I know you enjoy being president. Have you ever missed Billington?
I love construction.
They tried to have a huge flush here, and that thing got reversed quickly.
When I see a train, a railroad going from San Francisco to LA, I think it's 100 times overpriced. It's incredible. One of
Wow.
the most incompetent.
Big absorption.
business companies.
Hey, why do they keep funding that?
I think we're not going to. In fact, a little bit of a story. We're not going to fund that anymore. It's out of control. First of all, it doesn't go where it's supposed to. It's supposed to go from LA to San Francisco. Now, because they don't have any money, they've spent
Long from 27
30, 40 times more than those
to the 50, 23 points. Nice, Sensei. Good job, man.
Much shorter, because it no longer goes into the cities. It stops miles outside of the cities.
Because if you were a builder and you went 34 times over the budget, you would be fired, right?
If you went one time, if you went a half a time over the budget. So see what they're doing? They're unwrapping the sand. It's all pure sand.
Along those lines,
And if it weren't pure sand, it would eat away at the metal.
Mr. President, with the rail funding in
All right.
California, will your recent dust ups?
I don't know if he's going to be talking about anything too serious or too important, but kind of don't want to turn away in case they do say something that's
The man's incompetent.
important here.
You shouldn't have fires like that. You clean the floor of your forest, and you won't have any forest.
There you go.
Austria, has very, very flammable trees. They don't have forest fires because they clean the floors. They maintain their forest. It's good, in fact. You know, hatred is never a good thing in politics. When you don't like somebody, don't
I'm up
respect
today
somebody,
about
so it's
600 on my eval, 629, and right now I'm up about $60 on my funded. I was up more, about 200 and something. Took a small loss, and looking for a next good opportunity here.
the riots in
Looks like it's going to be to the upside. Looks like she's going to still pump higher. We are trading nicely above the 21, and that 21 is above both VWAPs right now, so longs are in play.
They have just what you have with the housing.
Longs are definitely in play right now, and a possible short squeeze forming as well.
With the ruling yesterday,
President, it seems like you agree with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
yeah, well, with the ruling yesterday, does that mean you're more empowered to send National Guard to other cities as well, maybe New
I
York?
don't think more proud. I always thought I wasn't proud. It would be
They're not gonna-
shocking ruling. Only a guy like Newsom would even ask for it. You know, he should be thanking me instead of fighting. Newsom wouldn't have a city right now. It would be burning to the ground. You'd have people running all over, throwing rocks. You see them breaking up the concrete because we caught the bricks. They were bringing bricks, heavy bricks, red bricks, by the bag. 5 or 6 big bags. The guys could, strong guys that could hardly.
Yeah, Jay Powell's here, man. He's already making calls.
And by the way, the chief of police in Los
He's
Angeles said
doing good, man. Jay Powell's got,
he needed
I
that.
think, at least a 30-minute head start.
Now he changes
Jay
my
Powell's from the
point.
future, so in case you guys are wondering, and whenever he says something, it happens.
But,
He proved it again yesterday.
and he actually needed it more than. But we
No
did a good
cap.
job. We quelled that thing, and the fact that we are even
Like the
there
youngins
thinking
say.
about going in, they won't bother with
It looks like we're going to get that push right now
someplace else.
to the upside possibly here.
We'll be wherever they go. We're going to be.
Did you see the main numbers for immigration?
Yeah, great numbers.
0.
Yeah, we had 0. Did you see that, everybody?
You were going to ask
0. She's on our side now. Because most people don't want to ask.
Well, she said, she told earlier, she Brian, did you see the main numbers? It's 0.
Yeah.
How is that even?
Because we really have a tight border. Now, we have let a lot of people in, but they came in legally. They actually have to take a little test, and they have to say, I love America, you know, minor things like that.
Better things like that.
Mr. President, can you talk about extending the quick talk again?
Yeah, we'll be
Valley
extending-
champion out of the
extending.
Eagle fan dojo.
We're going to probably make a deal. I think we'll
Wasn't it
reach out
Screaming
to
Eagle or
Barcelona.
something like that? I don't know if it was Eagle Eyes.
How was Prime Minister Carney towards you?
Very good.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been nicer. We enjoyed the Canada stay a lot, and I had to come back obviously for what's happening in the Middle East, but I got everything done. He's a good man. I think Carney's a good man. Very well, a good representative of Canada.
You think he's liked by the people?
I think so. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you given the Iranians an ultimatum?
You could say so. They know what's happening. Maybe you could call it the ultimate ultimatum, right?
What essentially was that, though? What do you
Oh, I don't want to say it. Look, I mean, give me a break.
What about the Paramount deal?
I would say the elder, she's doing great. She's doing great. She's really enjoying it. Barron's enjoying it. All my kids are enjoying it, actually. Pretty hot out here, isn't it?
What's muggier, the DC or West Palm Beach in the summer?
I think this is muggy. This is a muggy. This is
Mr. President, could I ask you about the Paramount deal and the merger with Skydance and the Ellisons? Like, what's holding that up, and like, do you see that being resolved?
I hope so. It's a good. Ellison's great. They'll do a great job with it. But so what they did is they interviewed 60 Minutes. They interviewed Kamala. Her answer was horrendous. I would say election threatening. This is the day before the election. Her answer was election threatening or so incompetent. So they took the entire answer out, and they took another answer to another question and put it in. And they did that, I understand, a number of times, but you don't have to do it a number of times. The main question they asked, and we caught them. And they're very embarrassed by it, and they're working on a settlement now. But think of it, did you ever hear that one before? They took the entire, every word, threw it out, put another answer. Do you think they do that for me?
I think it happens daily.
Well, I've never seen it. I thought I've seen everything. That I've never seen. It's very embarrassing. The head of 16
Be right back,
Minutes
guys.
got fired. The head of CBS got fired. They're all getting fired.
Do you think the deal?
See what they're doing? Get
What are
ready.
they doing right now?
This is Only if you're in construction is it exciting. See, they have to get it perfectly straight. And once it's perfect, then they pour in the sand and it's there for 100 years.
Mr. President, as the Senate works on the big beautiful bill, it seems like SALT is going to be a really big issue between Senate Republicans and House Republicans. So what are you telling senators? Because the New York Republicans on the House side are making clear that that's a red line for them.
Well, if it were a red line, then get ready for a 68% tax increase in 1929, because we're taking care of that issue too. You know what that is? That's debt ceiling. The debt ceiling, we have to move the debt. And if we don't move the debt, it's you violate covenants. It's a terrible thing. Actually, Pocahontas even agreed with me on that. She's been wanting to get rid of the debt ceiling because she said it's too violent. It is violent. So, I mean, anybody that votes against it, they voted to give a 68% tax increase, and many other bits. There would be no money for the border. You know, we have billions of dollars allocated to immigration, the border, keeping criminals out, getting criminals out too. If that doesn't pass, you'll get a 68% tax increase. And I would say this, any senator that votes against it, and that includes Democrats, I think they'll be finished in politics.
On SALT specifically, do you think Senate Republicans or House Republicans will have to bend more in order to get the bill at large?
I don't know. We're going to see how it works out. It's a very difficult issue, to be honest with you. It's very difficult, and I understand both sides, but we'll just have to see. Hopefully a compromise or something's going to be made, but it's a very difficult issue. But remember that, you know, people say, what do you think? 68% tax, so all those numbers I told you how well the economy is doing, it all gets wiped out. You'd have the largest tax increase in history by far, by 3 times, if they don't get the big, beautiful deal. I always say the great, big, beautiful deal. I put the word great in there. They took that out.
It's going to be great.
If we get that passed, it'll be the best, one of the greatest pieces. And that's just the beginning of a lot of things that are going to happen. Because we're going to get numbers down. We're going to get them way down. But that's the beginning. That's our big first step. But it's the most important piece of legislation. In terms of dollar value and everything else, there's nothing as big as that.
Let's go.
You know, they thought that might be 7 or 8 bills. It's all in one.
Speaking of taxes, starting July 1st, California's upping their...
Let's go. Come on. Come on, NQ.
Well, you know, I beat the California mandate. Congress just passed a bill ending it. That was terrible. So what they were saying, everybody by 2030 has to have an electric car. People don't want it. I'm all for electric cars, but you have to want one. And right now it's about 7%. But they were forcing everybody to have it. I ended that. And now they're coming out with more. No, in California, you know, we've got some gas stations where just 2 weeks ago.
News? Well, we got news at 2, but right now we have Trump talking. Just keeping it on to see if he says anything worth listening to.
And it's going to come down again. Going to give people a lot of extra money. Groceries.
Guys, hit that like. We'll do a 50K eval at 75 likes. So we're looking at that next possible level to the upside at last week's high here at 22,106. Maybe a psychological level 22,100 might get tapped first. We'll see. She may want to pull back.
Mr. President, some of the supporters are split on the U.S. response to CNN. There's a split,
Fake news.
though.
Fortunately, nobody watches.
Fake news.
But my question
Anybody watching CNN out there? Haven't seen it in a long time.
Yo, come on, man. If Trump wasn't president, he'd be a comedian.
of the U.S. getting involved in
Oh, that's
another
hilarious.
foreign war,
Fake news.
and some believe that we should
Do
support.
you ever ask a positive question?
Fake news.
My supporters are more in love with me today, and I'm in love with them more than they
Hilarious.
were at election time where we had a total.
If you're a STD fan, hit that like, says Mo.
landslide. We had, you know, we won all 7 swing states. Did CNN report that? We won all 7 out of 7, which everyone said would be almost impossible. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts versus 505 districts. Think of that, 2,750 versus 505. And CNN.
I think what she might be alluding to is the base is going to stay with you regardless. And you've gone through different tests, regardless. But some of the people in the base don't want a long-term war. They're afraid that we're going to get into a long-term war.
We're looking for a long-term war. We're looking. I only want one thing. A Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years. I've been saying it as a civilian who got a lot of publicity. People would cover it. Very simply, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country because they would use it on us and they'd use it on others.
All right, we get that next level of 2280.
So I may have some people that
80s, a lot of times
but I have some people that
have a little bit of resistance as well. Let me take a look at the book map right now, see if there's any interesting liquidity. The next liquidity level is 22,100. That's where we have a big pocket there. So we'll see if we get tapped out here at 2290.
nicely, and then on day 61, I said, let's go, because we can't let that happen.
I think we can hit it pretty easily.
Okay, I'm going to leave. Thank you very much.
Is he finally done this time? He's been saying goodbye for like the last half hour. All right, I think he's actually leaving this time.
So this is President Trump. He was just speaking here at this White House flagpole installation. We did just want to stay on this shot for another moment here because a little bit earlier he did take media questions and walked away, and as we just saw, he answered more media questions. Let me just leave this on here for one more moment.
What's up?
Yeah, it's funny. Biden never spoke and Trump never stops talking. Yeah, he's done. He's done. So we'll go back to our regular scheduled program here. All right, cool. All right, so next event for the day should probably be JPZ at 2 p.m. We'll see what he has to say. There's a good chance that we might actually might get a rate cut today. But after all the names that Trump has been calling him, I don't know if he might just not cut rates or maybe even raise rates just to spite Trump. It's possible. What do you guys think? Let's see. Let's run a poll. We haven't run a poll in a while. All right, let's see what you guys have to say about it. Oh, we got that TP. Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Powell doesn't react to Trump. Powell doesn't answer to Trump. Powell doesn't answer to Trump, but he definitely does. You could tell he's mad because when people ask him, when the reporters ask him about Trump's comments, you could tell in his voice that he gets pissed. Yeah, there's a giveaway at 75. We got 100 viewers right now. We should have no problem getting 75 likes. Hey, where can I see how much you have invested in this trade? I don't know what you mean by that. Cat Paps. How do I enroll? You have to become a member of the Discord, a lurker or a member. Either one is free. And then once we get to 75 likes, I will create the bot in the giveaway channel. And then you guys can go and tap the little icon on the bot and then you'll be entered. Yeah, you think he's going to do what's best for the economy? Who's this man? You talking about Jay Powell or you talking about Trump? Because Trump's trying to get our rates down so we can refinance this debt that we have. Because right now it's taking up about a quarter of all the income that the U.S. pulls in, all the GDP it pulls in, all the profit. It's being used for just the interest alone. You just gotta join the Discord if you want to be a part of that giveaway at 75 likes. You gotta join the Discord, and once you've joined that Discord, then I will give you guys instructions from there. The bot will be activated, and you'll go and just hit a little button on the bot, and you'll be automatically enrolled. Cool. Thank you guys for being here. All right, so let's see what we're looking at now. We are trending nicely here, man. We broke out of this area without even retesting it. Without even a retest. That's pretty savage of the market to do that. Next level we're looking at here is this area up here. Liquidity is pretty thick up here. This 135 level. Let's go ahead and lay that out. Yeah, we can't even get a reversal at 120. Looks like that's where she wants to go. The that drop yesterday kind of initiated around here and then just kind of went. So let's see if we can pull up that. Yeah, remember we said we have a fib, a 786 fib, right up at 164. So that's going to be a very powerful level. That 164, 22,146, sorry. 22,146 level once we get back up there. Right now, we're exactly in the golden pocket region. Look at that. Right exactly in there. And we're creating a 12-minute bearish absorption right now. We'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. We'll give it a minute. Shorts might start to come into effect here soon. US should join Canada and become a province. That sounds promising. We definitely clear out our debt with all that maple syrup money and all the Canadian bacon that you guys produce for sure. I'm flat right now, guys, waiting for another setup. Right now, it looks like the market is going to do that squeeze all the way up to the 22,100s. More than likely, that's where the market seems to want to go, up in here. Right now, we are at the golden pocket. That golden pocket does have resistance. But if more sellers don't step in right now, it may not do its job. We'll see, though. Again, a retest of 96. Maybe she'll tap 100. That is a psychological level. Remember, 22,100 could give us a little rollover. We're in the golden pocket as well. Either one is a possibility here. Majority of you guys think the rates are going to stay the same today. I wonder if that's what will happen. I don't think Jay Powell wants to seem weak by lowering rates because Trump wants him to. But we are getting really kind of bearish news this week on all the markers that we usually look at for rate cuts. We have maybe the market right now is going to trend up until later on and maybe just fall on its face. We're going to see. We're going to see. Nice push here, NQ. Very nice push. I like the shorts here. Let's see if we can get a short down to the overnight his eye. We'll see, we'll see. You scale into positions. Do you use one contract at a time or several? It depends. It depends. If the market's chopping sideways, sometimes I go with a second entry rather than a stop. So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So when we're chopping like this, what I'll do sometimes is I'll put one order in. Let me use the arrows instead. I'll put in one order. Let's say right here. I'll put in an order right there. And instead of putting my stop loss, let's say, let me see if I can use this. instead of putting my stop loss, let's say like right here. Sorry, instead of putting my stop loss right here after I enter this trade, what I'll do is I might put in a second position here instead, and then lower my stop loss, because if we're going sideways, a lot of times what it's doing is it's accumulating. So as you can see here, we came back, accumulated some more, came back, accumulated some more. And sometimes what happens here is that they tap that entry of yours. So a lot of times your stop ends up becoming an opportunity to add versus an opportunity to get out of the trade. But if we're trending, and we're doing something like we're doing right now, then my stop would be, well, that thing recovered quickly. My stop, if we're trending like this, my stop would be, for instance, I would take, let me do, so for instance, on a move like this, if I wanted to go long, I would just put my stop under this, because since we're trending, more than likely we're not going to be coming back for more. Right now it looks like they were trying to squeeze. So I would just put my stop under the last absorption area and just target a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1, depending on what I'm in the mood for or what I think the market might do. That's what I would do. Something like that. Thanks, Mar. But I won't scale like a DCA order. I won't scale like a DCA because the giveaway we do at 75 likes, you got to be a member of the Discord. Or a member or a lurker. Both options are free. The link to the Discord is here in the pinned comment in the chat. So that's what I would do. I don't just DCA. For instance, like if I was short earlier here. Was I short? Somewhere in here I was short. Yeah, I was short in here. You know, I had to stop at overnight high, because since it's trending, if it keeps going, that means it's probably just going to keep going and squeeze. So that's why I didn't. I don't DCA I don't mostly DCA unless it's like a sideways market. Then I might consider a second add. But after a second add, there's no way I'm adding a third. There's no way. Hopefully that makes sense. It just depends on the market we're in, if it's a rangy market or a trendy market. Right now it's super trendy to the upside. So so shorts here are a bit dangerous, even though we're getting a spectacular entry opportunity right here with seller absorption and a red candle here. We're getting a very good possible opportunity to take this lower. A lot of these could be bear traps, so you gotta be very careful playing these. Be very careful. You have to have a big conviction on these reversals. Remember, we are in the golden pocket, so we did expect to get some resistance here, some chop. If you guys want to trade alongside us with a very inexpensive eval, you can try using the code SmoothTrader at Bulenox. Right now it's 83% off. That makes your evaluation on a 50K option 1, $29. And if you want the cheapest overall evaluation, check out the deal that Tradeify has right now, 30% off. I would do the growth. If I was to get another account today, I would do the growth 50K. It'll end up being about $97, but the beauty of that account is that there's no activation fee. So it is the cheapest option on the market right now out of the top 5 prop firms. They pay on time, they pay quick. There's never any drama with them. They don't retroactively change rules, none of that craziness. So Tradeify, I would say, would be my overall pick. But if you're new and you're not really good at passing evaluations, try a very inexpensive eval with Bulenox. That's what I would probably take a look at. If you want same day payouts, if you want day 1 payouts, you can try Tradeday. They have a little bit more of an extensive evaluation. It's a 7-day eval, but the minute you pass, there's no consistency rules. You can take out payments, you can take payouts immediately after you cross over your threshold. You can even take out money that's part of your threshold. You can even take that out too. So even a little friendlier than Take Profit Trader rules. Their only rule is don't hit your max limit. Don't blow your account, basically. That's the only rule they have. No consistency. None of that DCA rules. Nothing crazy. Do whatever you want, basically. If you guys are interested in watching a video on Trade Day, we did one recently about a week or two ago. Outlines all the rules of Trade Day. One of the most slept on prop firms in the industry. They've been around for 5 years, since 2020, and they are one of the most reputable and professional prop firms you can work with. And they will move you to live pretty quickly because they want to partner with you. They don't want you to stay on sim farming forever. A lot of the industry is going that way. But they've already had that kind of mindset for years. Yeah, Trade Day is pretty awesome. I trade with them, but I haven't passed their eval yet. Can you copy trade with Bulenox? Yeah, they have a built-in copy trader they have a built-in copy trader with Project X. Yeah, Trade Day lets you take out money right away. There's no consistency rules, no DCA rules. They do have rules where you can't trade during news, but they'll let you know. You know, they have a calendar on their website, what news events you can't trade. But that's probably for your own good anyway. I haven't met anyone who consistently makes money on trading news. People usually trade news to pass evals. All right, let's see what kind of move we get here. Right now she is chopping a bit to the downside, but she's still trading, technically trading above the 21. We are at that golden pocket, so that golden pocket may weigh heavy on her. $30 minutes printing a yellow candle. Ooh, that's a pretty bullish indication. But sometimes that yellow candle can turn out to be a manipulation candle as well. It's got to play it level to level. Right now we see a little bit of push to the downside, but we are coming into this demand zone here. We'll see if we get the reaction that we think we will. What's going on, Amit? How you doing, brother? Good to see you here. All right, looks like we are kind of hanging out here at that overnight high, aka demand zone here. Very nice place to catch along if you guys are thinking that. It goes down after I took my 100 bucks. Let's get some money today, Vic. For sure, brother. That's the plan, man. That is the plan, sir. Right now, I am thinking that we're gonna do some sideways action. The horizontal mambo. I don't think you guys are ready for the horizontal mambo. Oh man, I'm definitely old. You know you're getting old when you say things like the horizontal mambo. Come on, baby. You think we're gonna see 60, Sensei, before we go up? Maybe. I want to see why a liquidity flush wouldn't be on the cards. Right now, I'm just paying close attention to the Renkos. See if we get any early warnings of any potential dump. Right now, I just saw a volume spike to the downside, which could mean that we get a move back up to the top of this range. I'm waiting for a possible absorption candle to the upside to see maybe we take a small long up to 90 again. Something like that possibly. We're still bullish on the Renkos. We just built the tail on that last one to the downside, but we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens at this demand area. 60 could be good. Bull flag, maybe. A round top, yeah. It always looks like something. It definitely always looks like something. If it didn't look like something, then it wouldn't be doing its job. It's always trying to trick somebody. I learned this from Tory Trades right here. This is called a trend line. And if the trend line gets touched 3 times, 1, 2, 3, it means that on the 3rd time, it's dumperoo. Let's see if our $5,000 mentorship that we took paid off. Come on, Tory, don't let me down. If you let me down, I'm going to have to go back to ICT. Don't let me down, baby. We might get that sweep back up here. We'll see. What's up, Captain? I knew we were missing someone. Eagle Eyes has studied Tory Trades concepts too, TTC. He knows what I'm talking about. She's the GOAT. Her and her uncle, Uncle Fester. Looks like this might make a swift move right back up here, trapping a lot of people short. Possible that's what she may want to do here. Careful to everyone. Trapping these suckers short. She's like, oh man, we're gonna go down. Everyone thinks we're gonna go down. You just don't know. You don't know. Yeah, man, 5K, dude, that's light. I mean, you can make that back in 1 trade. ICT course. Is that what I heard? Yeah, man. If this Tory Trades course doesn't work, I'm gonna do the ICT mentorship from 1981 all the way to 2025. I'm gonna do every one. I'm gonna do every single ICT course, man. This trade better work out. Tim says, see me in 25 years when I'm done. I'll probably be sleeping for the next 25 years. By the time I'm done, I'll be 80 years old. I can make that money up by the time I'm 85, man. I'll make it all up. All those years will be well worth it. Time well spent. You guys think I'm joking? I'm dead serial. Is she more likely to go back up? I'm trying to figure out here. Is she more likely to go back up? What liquidity would she be grabbing as she went back up? She wouldn't really be grabbing much here. Maybe she'd grab something at 2082. Or is she more likely to want to go down here? She could be coming back to test the trend line that we haven't tested yet. That might be something. We'll see. Looking pretty strong there. Put a limit order in here. See if it's any good. Could turn out to be something. Wrinkles are suggesting we might get something. See if we can get a nice push here to the upside. Still want more downside? Upside, downside, upside, downside. Which one is it, baby? She's still grabbing liquidity from down below to go higher? Or she got what it takes? What's up, Paul? Algo boxes, yeah, that's another thing I'm thinking about getting as well. That Vinny Mini, man, that guy is, he knows his stuff. He makes like 100 grand a day. Oh man, we missed that entry. What's up, Jen? Out of curiosity, why not 2, 3, or 5 minute chart? The 1 minute is very nice. Yeah. Now he does have a couple of good pieces of information in there for sure. ICT does have some good stuff. It just takes forever to comb through it. Does Canadian news affect the NAS? Not really. Lata says I was on my way to your room, but bumped onto a DJ trader. He was total disco fever, got in YM, so did I. His music lulled me to deep sleep. Just woke up from up to 1K. He was total disco fever. Did disco fever put you to sleep? I thought you'd be dancing, man. It's a lot of chop. You got a G for trading this time? I'm a G for trading? You think so? Not really, man. This was I should have probably taken this trade as a market order, not as a limit, because I did expect her to come back up to this level here at the 84s. Yeah, he's the mentor of my mentor. Ghost in the Machine. ICT loves saying that. I mean, he's the GOAT, bro. The 1 minute. I like the 1 minute. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the 2 or the 3. I just prefer to trade off the 1. I mean, but Tori told me that on the 3rd tap, we get a flush. Right now, it's not flushing so flushy. She's still going up, so I'm about to call Tori, ask for my money back. See if she'll honor the refund. Don't let me down, Tori. All refunds are granted. Paid to sleep. Yeah, if anybody's suffering from insomnia, I heard watching the 2022 mentorship is a really good way to put you to sleep. Put it on 50% speed. You'll be knocked out in 2 minutes. As everyone should. That will do it. Nah, dude, she's got a 5.0 on Trustpilot. Ain't nobody asking for their money back. They're all simped out. They're all simped out. They're like, Tori, tell us about your trade with no makeup on. I do suffer a lot. Oh man. Never thought of that. Yeah, put an ICT mentorship on. I mean, I used to listen to it on regular speed and I used to knock out. Literally, like I would put it on in my, I'd be in my office and in my studio office, the one I had before this one, same house, but I repurposed the room. I would put on the ICT mentorship. This is before I really knew, much. And I put it on and I'd lay in my beanbag. I had these humongous, like oversized beanbags. And I'd watch it in like a few minutes, I'd be knocked out. I swear. And I'm like, man, I gotta stop falling asleep. Why am I falling? I must be so tired. Come to realize it was his voice, man. He talks a lot in circles. Kind of lulls you to sleep a little bit. Let's see if we can get a little pushy. DP. I'll try right here. Let's see what kind of move we get here. What kind of move is this going to be? This is the DJ Trader. Let me see what that is. Rambles all the time. Nah, he's good, man. ICT's the GOAT. Oh, he really is a DJ Trader. Holy smokes. He really is a DJ Trader. He DJs and trades? I thought I did a lot by walking and trading. Lath Samara. He's got 43 people watching, man. He's doing his thing, man. Everyone's got to have their niche. You got to have their separator. You know what separates them from everybody else. I think they call it your unique sales proposition, something like that. I wish I could DJ. I wanted to be a DJ when I was young. All the cool guys were DJs. Now I just want to trade. Trading would be cool enough for me. Why is my stop greater than my TP? It's supposed to be a 1-to-1. But I caught the short late. I was supposed to catch it right here at 22.76, but I took too long to enter it. So it's just a couple of bucks off, but it should be a 1-to-1. I still think we go up, but I got a very bearish indication here with an absorption candle followed by a red candle, which usually gives you a good solid 1-to-1. It works majority of the time, but this time we might get stopped. I'm using the absorption candle. That's why I have my stop here, because this was a seller absorption candle. So if they absorbed it once, the chances of them absorbing it a second time around here is better. An ATR strategy could land you somewhere in here. It could land you somewhere up here, which might be too much risk. So that's why I do it that way. I use the absorption as my stops. No, I don't use the ATR method with my strategy. I used to use an ATR method, but now my strategy, what I do is I use the absorption areas as my stops. Like this is an absorption area for sellers right here. This is an absorption area for buyers, like down here. So it's basically demand, supply and demand. So I use supply and demand levels as my stops. Thanks, Sambi. ICT and Danny Trades are my two favorite traders. No, man, Danny's the goat of goats, man. Danny's the goat. Come on, man. Thanks, Bobin. It's merch. Appreciate that. But if you don't have a strategy, ATR strategy is very good. I've even made videos on it in the past. What's up, Tom V? Do you use a specific news feed to find certain stocks? No, I only trade the NQ. And if I was to start trading all over again, I'd only buy GLD and the NQ and the S&P 500. I wouldn't buy individual stocks. Welcome to my titty. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but welcome. Welcome to the channel. My titty. Alright, looks like we're probably gonna start putting in some kind of trend line here. We'll see. Tori hasn't let me down yet, guys. We might still get that dump. Am I trading FOMC? I'll be here with you guys. Do you like to start the giveaway or want me to start it? Oh, we got 75 likes. Look at that. Armana, go ahead, man. You can put the let me know when the bot is up. If you're not busy, go ahead and start the bot. Give them 15 minutes, and yeah, we'll do the giveaway then. So yeah, guys, we got 125 concurrent viewers right now. Hit the likes. If you guys want to be a part of the 50K eval reward, go and hit the link that's pinned here in the chat. Hit that link. It'll take you over to our Discord. Become a lurker or a member. Either one is free. A member gives you more opportunities to communicate with us, chat it up, and do those kinds of things. And once the bot is set up, we'll give you the heads up here. You go over and I'll give you instructions. I'll show you here on the screen what to do. You'll go over to our Discord. You'll go to the giveaway section, the giveaway channel. Hit one little button and you're automatically entered. That's it. That's all you got to do. Very simple. Our rules are as simple as they come. So we've broken this overnight high here now for a second time. This time could be for reals, and we can continue getting a drop down to 22.44 here. Yes, Tori. See, I told you guys, man. Nah, ICT doesn't give giveaways, man. He's too cheap. All right, we might get a little pop from here, or we might continue down to the 44. The only reason why I say we might get a little pop is because we swept the demand level here just by a little bit. The delta's kind of dying down a little bit right now, so I don't trust the moves at the moment all that much. The giveaway is started. All right, so let me show you guys what to do here on the giveaway. So all you have to do. All right, so this is what you got to do. So check out the screen right now if you guys want instructions. If you don't know what to do, you go to our Discord, you pick a role, either a lurker or a member. Member is the way I would go. They're both free. You go down to the announcement section. Here in the announcement section, you go down to giveaways. Right here, giveaways. Click on that. And then here you will see, is it active? Oh, wow, we're active already. All right, so we go here, and then you click this little button right here, this little party favor. Now, just keep in mind, if you've won an eval in the last 60 days, give somebody else a chance, okay? Don't enter just yet. Don't enter just yet. Is this the giveaway? Yeah, it's from today. Okay. Just click this little icon and you're automatically entered. That's all you got to do. Also, since I have your attention and we're here, check out the STARS program. If you guys want to be a part of our STARS program, just click the little link underneath giveaways and just give us a thumbs up emoji or type in I'm interested or hey guys, what's up? This will allow you to join our exclusive small groups that we have that really just what they are is just a small accountability group that helps us stay on track to our goals. We don't teach each other how to trade. We don't give signals or anything like that. But what we do in the group is we are just kind of like that small group vibe where you can talk to each other. If you're having a rough day, you can bounce ideas off each other. You know, we kind of give each other, you know, some condolences if we're not doing so great that day, or if we are doing really great, you can share your wins, not only with the community, but with a small group that's maybe like, you know, you guys are keeping tabs on each other. So if you guys are interested in that, make sure to take advantage of that link right below. It doesn't cost you anything. In the future, we will charge for it. So just make sure you get in before then. I know that it's helped my trading. Ramana says it's helped his trading. A lot of the traders that are in that small group have benefited from it. Because at the end of the day, if you know you got to report to someone, you're less likely to tilt. You're less likely to be like, oh man, all right, I got rules. If I don't stick to my rules, I have to tell the guys or the girls later on today about how poorly I traded today. I didn't stick to my own rules. So you don't want that. Manila, it's not letting you. You can't join the Discord. Hermana, you're probably because you're not picking a role, or try doing it from your cell phone. Some people have a hard time doing it from their computers for some reason. Accountability is key, says Tim. Yeah, I think so. Accountability is the missing piece for a lot of people, because a lot of traders get to the point where they got the strategy, they have the knowledge, right? They know, they know what is what, but they have zero discipline. No discipline, no accountability. So discipline, if you don't have it, a lot of us don't. Like, let's be honest, right? Even the hardest of us don't have as much discipline as what we would like to have. Therefore, you get, people like Michael Jordan and LeBron James and big athletes who still have coaches. Why? Because there's accountability there, So if you're the person who has all the pieces, but you're still not being, you feel like you're still not at the level that you should be at, it's probably accountability that's holding you back. So I know it doesn't sound sexy, but the things that are not sexy are what make you the most money. Accountability, oh no, man, I just want the results, man. I just want the money. Show me how to get rich quick, man. Show me how to do it. I shouldn't say get rich quick on this channel because I might get flagged again. But anything that comes quick is usually not worth it. Anything that comes slow is usually what you want. That's usually what you want. That's usually the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, I can't be blowing our accounts like ICT, baby. No way, man. See, ICT said that the only reason he did that was because nobody challenged him. So he just wanted to show everybody, like, oh, if you're not going to challenge me, I'm just going to blow up my accounts. All right, I'm getting bored here. So he just closed his eyes and he just started hitting buttons randomly. So he said if somebody would have really challenged him, though, like anybody that was like a decent trader, if they would have challenged him, he would have definitely stepped up for sure. Take care, Amana. Thank you for your help today, brother. Yeah, because he doesn't need money, dude. He's filthy rich. He's he invented the algorithm for the market. So he got a big check from the Nasdaq when he did that. And the Dow family also, they paid him big time for the algorithm. Where's the accountability link? You don't see it. So Dr. Phil, when you go to Discord, you go to the announcement section, right underneath the giveaway section, right underneath giveaway, you'll see where it says STARS program. Check it out. Right here, under announcements. Under announcements, you go down to STARS program and just say, hey, I'd like to join. It's free right now. Take advantage of it, guys. Take advantage because it will be free forever. The ghost in the machine, the one and only, the ICT. Yeah, there you go, man. spot got to work, overcome failure, or stay consistent to maintain success. Yeah, you know, one of the biggest things to being successful in trading is learning how to not trade. A lot of people don't learn how to not trade. Everybody wants to be in a trade at all times or think everything is an opportunity. It's more important to learn when not to trade than to learn when to trade. Crazy as it may sound. I think a nice little limit order up in here could be nice. We'll see. Market is starting to crunch here to the downside. Starting to get some nasty moves to the downside. We'll see. Thanks, Dr. Phil. Gifter says, Smooth, what did you say that your Renko settings were? I got the traditional, but I forgot to the other two you said. So move your Renko blocks to 2. Move your Renko blocks to 2. Keep it on traditional and make sure you have the wick on. Okay, so the wick should be on. Traditional, box size 2. That's it. That's all I have. That's all you need. That's all you need, broski. Chop like a mother, yeah. This is the boring part? Yeah, the boring part is what you have to kind of go through. See, a lot of traders, you'll get to the point where you'll trade for an hour, guys, and you'll be done, and that's probably smarter. I'm here with you guys because I'm trying to hang out with you guys and you know, build this channel up. But I'm up right now pretty nicely on the day. Let me show you here. We're up 346 on our live funded account. We're up 629 on our eval. You know, in a lot of other situations, I'd probably say, you know, let's just call it there. You know, so I'm gonna wait for some very, very nice opportunities. Maybe take a couple paper trades with you guys as well. But I'm gonna wait for some very nice opportunities to possibly add more to our account. But we'll see. Be patient. Be patient. Yeah, today if you're a new trader, FOMC is not the best day to trade. Tim says there's no trade better than a loss trade or a YOLO win. Green looks good on you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Cool. Thank you, man. I'm trying to join the Discord. It's not letting the invite go through. Try doing it from your phone. Yeah, some people are not. I know some people have said they haven't been able to. Not flushing like I would have liked. Well, we're getting a nice little move, but it's a stair step down right now. So Tory Trades was right. 3 taps of the trend line, and we're heading down south. Thank you, Tory. See, guys? You guys had your doubts. Never doubt Tory, guys. Never doubt Tory, baby. You know, she learned from Uncle Scrooge. Go mobile? Yeah, maybe the mobile will work better. There you go, Sensei. That's a good, man. Win's a win. Green is green. I just got out of a short trade for 515 in the green. Beautiful, man. Looking like a falling wedge, which will break upside if it sticks to the rules of the formation. Trading Alchemist says, so the last 3 5-minute candles has the absorption for shorts. Yeah, it does. Yeah, buddy. But you know, a lot of times when you see absorption candle after absorption candle, what they're doing is they're forcibly pushing the price down, right? So if we end up getting a red candle and I would say a bearish hammer red candle, because right now they're purple. What I would do, if I was looking for an entry into this trades, what I would do is you have 2 options. You can either take the short once it's confirmed after 5 minutes go by. All right, maybe you ride it down It's up to you. But what I would do is more likely is that this area now is going to become a bearish absorption area, aka supply level. So when you got a supply level here and you got a trend line here, what you may want to do is marry the two. And you see come up here, this is going to be a safer trade to take because you know there's supply here, you know there's a heavy seller in here, you wait for price to come back into it, and then you have a very tight stop, and then you have a very nice return. So this is the better trade that I would wait on. Good call on the 5-minute absorptions. Very good call on that. Let's take a look at the 12, the magical 12. So the magical 12 has a very nice indication here, man. The absorption on the 12 minutes is pretty serious. Absorption up here, followed by a red candle, which means that sellers took over this little battle that we had here. Buyers absorbing here, sellers absorbing here. Sellers won that little battle, pushed it down, managed to get all this. So if you went short right at this confirmation, you would have done 2-to-1 already, or maybe even 3-to-1 RR. Very nice. So what the market loves to do is the following. The market loves to conduct business. So if the market knows, hey, there's a heavy seller up here, what the market's going to do is buy down here, bring it all the way back up here, and sell it to that seller. That's what the market will do. Well, market makers or institutional traders, that's what they'll do. The price will be here. They'll buy it up and bring it back to sell it to them or sell it to these guys. Maybe both. Who knows? And that's what the market likes to do. So right now, longs might be a good opportunity to get into. We'll see when, maybe soon. Because the market will want to go back up to test this level and the level above us. Test it, aka sell off. Art says sellers are hitting the bid. Am I anywhere close with the explanation? The absorption from passive buyers ordered. Yeah, they're passive. Exactly, they're passive sellers in that area. They're just sitting there. I agree with Smooth. I usually put a 100, 200 TP. There you go, Sen. Right now, we're still getting bullish indications, though. We still have, bearish indications. We have the sellers absorbing here. We'll see what happens with these candles, though. If these candles end up closing red, we may still get another push down here to retest that trend line from earlier today. So we rejected right from that golden pocket. Wow, man, those things are powerful. And we may come down here to test this level, which I think this level is what? What is this level? Is it the 50? No, I don't usually keep the 50 on there. Yeah, it is the 50. No, I usually don't keep the 50 because the 50 is not really a Fibonacci level. But sometimes it works. The 50 is more of an ICT level. ICT created that level and that number. See, look, they retested that level right there. They retested that level because they know there's sellers there. Even on the smaller time frames, they do it. You know, they bring price down, bring it back up, sell it to them, and bring it back down. They do it on the smaller time frames too. They do it on the smaller ones, the bigger ones. This would have given you a nice 1-to-1 RR, at least 1-to-2 now, maybe. TP1 hit on that wick, half out, stop, break even, chilling at today's val. Nice, man. Nice, very nice. Yeah, it's ICT's algo always, man. That's why you gotta be one step ahead. Oh, we got Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes, congratulations on that 50K. Appreciation token. Nice, brother. We might get that push higher here. Depends on what the market may want to do. We just missed the trend line. We just missed the 50. We could still possibly head down a little bit more. Or not. So this one would have been a small win here. 1-to-1. Those base hits add up though quick. And now we're coming back up on a 5-minute to test the supply. Remember what we said? This level is getting retested now. We know there's liquidity above here because a lot of people put their stops here at this level of 61. Let's see what she does. Eagle Eyes, just send me a DM on Discord and I will give you the code, okay? Yeah. Man, by the grace of God, man. God is so good. We're getting a lot more viewers on our streams now. I'm glad you guys are with us. If you guys are happy to be here, make sure to hit the like. Let me know in the chat what's your favorite part of being in the community. It really helps us when you guys engage. Even if you're in the background, guys, I'm a ninja watcher too. Sometimes I sit in the back and I listen to other streamers. But if you've never said anything to us before and you're new here or you've been here for a while, just say what's up, man. We'd love to say hello to you and meet you. We would love that. Wow, man, that was quick. So we did come right into that supply zone, and that supply did not disappoint. You see what I'm talking about? Who's the one who told me about the 5 minutes here? Man, that would have been a beautiful trade. I was waiting for a little bit higher, to be honest. Trading Alchemist, yeah, you see what I mean? They go back up and they sell it off to the buyers. Accumulate all the way down, accumulate. Let's go sell it to them. Bang, here, take it all. And then they move the market right back down. You can still push it up, obviously, because there is more liquidity up here, even at this level of the 22,100 level. There's still buyers. I mean, there's still people that are willing to take those orders on. Trader, nice to meet you, brother. Thank you for saying hello. What application do you use for your intro and outro? It's called Stream Elements. I believe it's called Stream Elements. Stream Elements, yeah, it's called Stream Elements. Nice to meet you, Trader. Thank you, man. Don't be shy, man. If you have questions or anything, just shoot it out there, man. That was a quick 100. I knew I was going to move back down. See, Sam B knew. Sam B and Jay Powell are from the future, and they know things. I'll catch up with you later too, Captain. Take care, man. See if we get a little push here. See if we get a little push here. Clean up this candle. Not yet, not yet. She may not want to do it yet. Yeah, it looks like she's still heavy. Maybe still heavy here. I didn't have a signal to do this. I just did this off of the initial price action. So I could get stopped on this one here. But I would like to see her come back up and clean up this candle. This pink candle. High liquidity. High volume candle, I'm sorry. High volume candle. There's imbalances in this candle when they move that fast. So hoping she can come back up and clean that sucker up a bit. Come on, clean it up, girl. Clean it up. Get your act together. There you go, girl. I moved off the green vector on the trader's reality and immediately got punished with the red vector. Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, man. You can't just follow them blindly. You have to take him. Thanks, Art. You got to take him with context, bro. How do you need to record your screens? Want to do it a way of journaling? Use OBS so you can record your screen and get yourself an external hard drive. Get yourself an external hard drive. Wow, this is humongous. This is really strong here. Very strong. We're back in the supply level. We may come and tap the trend line, but the trend line could get, looking at the ammunition we have here, this thing could really go higher. 2251 might be a nice buy level there. Let's see that. Damn, she missed this. Alright, she tagged us in. Stop loss and profit. See if there's really any strength here. No, no strength yet. No strength yet. Strong rejection from this supply level. I'm telling you guys, this is a strong level. Strongy strong. She may want to go here. Yeah, we got some low volume right now, so we'll see what happens here. How do I see your chart? What time frame? It's on a 1 minute, man. Sorry about that. Nice buy. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Looks like she could be taking a move to the upside, but I don't see a lot of volume on here right now. These moves are going to be very whipsawy right now. This was the long I was looking for here. I didn't trust her too much. So heads up real quick, Gifted Kings, if you see a big vector candle like this, big green vector candle, the safest trade to take with these is putting your entry at the bottom of the candle, because this was the explosive high volume. That means that if they do clean this up, those same buyers that initiated this candle should still be there. And if they're not there anymore, then that means that this was a manipulation candle to get everybody excited, just to flush it. Okay. But usually when you see a green candle after absorption candle like this, and buyer absorption followed by a big green candle like this, these play out close to 100% of the time. Now the stop may have had to have been down here. This could still work out because this looks super, bullish. I'm just waiting for a bullish confirmation on the Renkos to try it again. Right now we still don't have it. Inducement, correct, Sean. Inducement. If you're ever in doubt, if you're watching a streamer and you don't know what time frame they're on, you could just look down here and see the time frames. You see 11:30, 11:35, and you can see there's a bunch of candles in between. That'll kind of give you an idea of what time frame the person's on. Could get a continued flush here, guys. It might be a continued flush here. I was thinking a move higher, but we could get a continued flush. We'll see, because there is a demand level. This is demand here. The Renkos are printing a bearish absorption. A few bearish absorption blocks right now. And they're pretty spot on usually. So I think I'm gonna have to lean on the sell. Put a stop here at 240. I could be wrong about this. Do not even think about it. Follow me on this. Do not even think about it. I mean, don't follow me on anything, but just trying to see if the Renkos are actually on point right now. Looks like we're getting some more bullish absorption coming in. Let's see if the Renkos are lying or if they're telling the truth. You know, Renkos can't predict the future, but they sure can tell you what's going on in the present. They could still try to come up higher here and grab the overnight high. Yeah, see, that was good that we only took it on here. Yeah. Oh, look at that. She's still flushing. She just wanted that last bit of liquidity. Maybe we should have given her a little more space. A little bit more liquidity. Is that indicator shows the explosion of absorption? Allah Haji. Yeah, if you want to learn about them, go to the description of this video. I have videos outlining how to use them and where to get them. They're free indicators with upgraded version of TradingView. If you don't have the upgraded version of TradingView and you want to get it, use my link down below for TradingView. It'll help the channel as well. Teto says, I'm new here. I don't know your methodology. Do you have video explaining it? Yeah, down below in the description, there's videos showing my strategy, and you can check them out. 800 is a key level for a short confirmation. Okay. All right. Renkos are still printing bearish absorption candles in here. I don't know whether to believe her or not at this point. Still being very bearish here. We'll see if that's where she wants to go, but we do have that juicy supply levels up here that the market may want to keep tapping into. So we'll see in just a moment. She's potentially printing a candle with a tail right now. Sometimes it could be pretty explosive depending on whether they are absorption or not. Might have a little bit of a delta trap here as well. When you see something that looks like this, you know, or like this, possibly here, delta trap here. Sometimes those give you a little bit of a pop. And we got the pop. We sure did. High volume. Yeah, the longs here were the right move. Right into that supply level. We're gonna tap this trend line, maybe grab liquidity from up here. This is potentially that trade that I told you about earlier on the 5-minute, where we come into this range, come up here. This may have been the drop, you know, from here that you could have gotten originally. But this second and third attempt into the supply level might overwhelm the sellers here. The demand might be too much. They may want to go to this next level of supply up here. They might want to go up there and sell it to them. Oof. Oh my God, that was the trade, man. I'm over here talking too much and I'm missing these trades on my own. Look at that. Exactly what we said. Swept this candle, came and tapped the trend line, combination of the trend line with the seller absorption area. Bang, man. 30-point candle at least. Your stop loss would have been like nothing. 25 points on that candle. Crazy. And they bought it right back up. Crazy. Getting my coins back slow and steady. Range. Yeah, man. It was too quick to even get in the high keys. No, you had to have a limit order there. I said I was going to put a limit order there and I was too busy talking. But look, she did it. She came down, grabbed liquidity from here, and now she's going to head up to 100. She's going to head up to here now. Watch. I mean, I know because ICT just called. I mean, no other reason. ICT just hollered at me. Scam candle. Yeah, it was just to dump off to the buyers. Came down here, ripped these stop losses from this candle. And now here we go. Here we go. We'll figure out who's what now. Man, if we take half the trades that we call out, man, we'd be doing all right. And there goes your 5-minute absorption candle play. You got those 3 purple candles. Came right back in, swept. You can even put a limit order here at the tip of this candle, man. They just, oh man, they really outdid themselves that time. It's like they're watching a stream. They don't just watch ICTs, they watch ours too. They don't just watch ICTs, man. Oh, ICT. That it just happens to be the overnight high as well. Damn, we had the overnight high, we had the trend line, and we had the seller supply area. That's pretty intense. That's pretty gnarly. Yeah, so I just noticed we our 21 is merging with our 100 period VWAP right now. Things are gonna get pretty dicey right now. Pretty dicey. We're gonna end up getting a flush soon, looks like here. Good job. Anyone caught that short? Chad's so funny. You're funny. Pattern just changed from a wedge to a channel with that push. Is it a buyer's trap? Right now, I think we might be going from a... you see all this? The 21, how gapped we were with the 100 period VWAP? Right now, that gap is flipping. So right now, you would be looking for shorts instead of longs at this point because we have just changed the narrative. So any pops we start getting in here could end up becoming further pushes down into the VWAP. That's my, this is my thinking on this. So what I'm going to be doing is looking for the first sign of a bearish absorption candle and taking a trade off of that. Because right now you can't really see it because the price action is in the way. But the 21 is merging and about to cross over right now with that 100 period VWAP. Now, these don't necessarily have to go straight down. They don't have to go straight down. They can obviously pop back above temporarily. There still is that liquidity level up here. She may still want that. You know, it's not out of the cards for her to still come higher and rip 22, 90, 80, or even 100. You know, she accumulated right now here low. A lot of people getting bearish probably. And the market will come up and wreck people. I don't think this level is going to hold anymore. If we come up there, I think she may have exhausted all that sell pressure. Next level she may want to try is 100. We'll see if that happens. We just traded into the 15-minute fair value gap. Could reject here to the upside. So I think I reached out on Discord. Eagle Eyes? Okay. Thank you, brother. George thinks we're going to go down until Powell. Anything's possible. I didn't get it. I didn't get your request. I didn't get your request, Eagle Eyes. I hope you're not messaging a scammer smooth trader, because they are fake smooth traders in our Discord. Just let me know if you DM me on Discord. Yeah, now I see why you have the LOL on there, because it could be a fake smooth trader. All right, so now we've got, see the 100, the 100 period VWAP's going this way, and that 21 is down here. Shorts are looking possible juicy. Unless she wants to go and rip that 100 level. That's possible too. That might be the Jerry curl. Sorry, bro. How about now? Yeah, Eagle Eyes, I got you, man. Got you, brother. Okay, perfect. All right, Eagle Eyes, you're good to go. I just sent that to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect, man. Yeah, you're good, man. You're probably messaging a scammer. Yeah, it looks like she'll be pushing higher, most likely. Most likely she'll try to push higher. We'll see. Anything is possible. We'll give her a minute here, though. She may want to break out here and go. Be patient. We'll be patient. Chop zone, yeah, it could be. Just caught a $3 move on gold. Beautiful. Good for you, Manila. Equilibrium right now in the 5-minute. What's up, Mariana? How you doing? Thank you for joining us. Thank you for popping in. Thank you guys for almost 100 likes too. You guys are awesome. Retest off the VWAP. Yeah, that's wishful thinking right now. I think we'll look at that VWAP in a little while. Yeah, I don't buy ETFs. I'm sorry, I don't buy individual stocks anymore. I used to buy a lot of Tesla when Tesla was cheaper, much cheaper. If I was to start all over now, I'd probably just buy the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, GLD. But if you're young and you got years to be wrong on individual stocks, I mean, picking the top 5 tech companies is probably not a bad idea, but Nasdaq, S&P 500 is never going to go bankrupt. And the kind of returns they've been given in the last 20 years have been outrageous. And the reason why the returns just keep getting better and better on the Nasdaq and S&P 500, guys, is because the dollar is getting less valuable and less valuable every year because they're printing so much of it. So, yeah, you kind of would be dumb to take any risk when we're devaluing our money so quickly. Yeah, good long there. I've been in GLD and GDX since 2 years. Yeah, I've been in GLD for close to 2 years now too. The guy who calls about crazy GLD and silver targets got me in. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is looking pretty strong here to the upside. Possible 1-to-1 RR here on the long. Might want to take this long here. Nice job, guys. Strong breakout here. Looks like the market wants to head up to that possible 88 to 100 level. Yeah, it looks like she's getting a small rejection from the 80 level. Looks like people are taking profits at 78 right now, but I think she still got it in her. Bulls will take the top of the hour. Yeah, maybe. Why my trading view does not have options to set brackets after market orders? You don't have brackets on your trading view? It's pretty simple. You just got to go here into your trade and put in the brackets right here. Go to limit. Put in your take profit or stop loss brackets. Make sure they're on, and that's it. You're good to go. All right, looks like she may want to sweep this liquidity here at the 21, possibly before going higher. We'll see here in just a moment. Or if this was a fake out breakout, could this have been a fake out breakout just to clean up the imbalances in this candle? She doesn't want this supply, and now she goes down. Whoa. Crazy. Crazier things have happened. Okay, high volume candle. This could end up getting cleaned up to the upside. Let's see. Wow, what a push. Nasty push there. Bozo will take the top of the hour, in my opinion. Would you like trail down? Oh man. Could she go to VWAP now? Yeah, she really did a number. Look at that. She went straight up, took out the liquidity from here. Just rolled over. This could be a sneaky liquidity grab because she's going very slow. And right back to the upside possibly. Sneaky, sneaky, man. Yeah, she's pushing hard right now. No signs of strength yet. Those shorts are looking good. Jira Sis, welcome to the channel. Thank you for stopping in. Patrick Cooper says, I caught the move, but I closed the trade. Damn. I don't think that's stupid, man. That win's a win. Yeah, take a break, Angelo. May not be the ideal conditions right now to trade this. It's 12 o'clock right now. We just hit 12. We don't have any news, so this is just market manipulation here. What a dump. What a dump. Congrats to anybody who caught this right here. Very nice reversal. I did not show up on the Renkos until it was too late. Yeah, that was a strong move there. She could end up pushing. Maybe now she'll go to 100. Who knows? She just missed the VWAP, so that'd be a classic NQ. Yeah, Chad, you missed it, bro. Natural gas storage news. You think that's what it was? Yeah, just trail it. Trail it next time. Trail it next time, Art. Well, Gifted Kings, these are just demo trades on TradingView. My real trades are on my Project X. But I have traded on TradingView before, and there's a little bit of a lag. Let's see if she's gracious enough to give us a little bounce here. Yeah, no, they're off. Nice job, Angela. Angela recovered. She may leave these imbalances behind. We'll see. This could lead to a drop. Good job, Angela. Good job. Good recovery, man. Looks like this could have been a fake out here. More than likely, we'll catch a stop out here with this. Looked like it was a fake out. Looked pretty good for the moment. Looked like she wanted to clean up this candle. She may still do that, but on her own time. No such luck on that one. No such luck on that one. Could have been a liquidity grab. We'll find out soon enough. Art short here. Good stuff on gold. Yeah, you're doing your thing on gold, huh? That's good, Manila. This is accumulating positions here, guys, for a possible move in one direction or the other. It's chopping a bit. Let's check on the ATR, see if there's any news here on volume. 9.7. Not great, not terrible. It looks like she used the demand zone here. Nice job, NQ. Just took my liquidity. I should have had it probably a little lower. That's my fault. She could actually be cleaning up this candle to still roll over the overnight highs here. Let's see how she behaves, because she still may want to be rolling. She still may want to roll over, even though we got a very nice absorption candle to the upside on the Renko charts. She could still be faking us out here. If she puts in a bearish absorption candle, I'm tempted to short this thing and hold it. This looks pretty good. We'll see if it'll hold. Looks pretty good to the downside. Watch it here, guys. We got a lot of chop suey here. Potential move to the downside still. Still thinking we could have a chance here to the downside. Come on, baby. Look at the tweezer top, leg structure, 1 minute reversal from the point. Are you in paper trade account right now? I'm in both. I'm in a paper trade and I'm also in a funded account. Instead of trade and changing screens every 2 seconds, I'm kind of mirroring the same trade I have on Project X with here. Okay, very good, very good, very good, very good. Here, see, I got the same trade on here, guys, as I do there. Okay. Trying to see if we can get this move down here to 27. Call it a day with my live account at that point. Come on, baby, give us that flush here. Give us that potential flush. Lost 155 on the funded, made 185 on the other. Nice, man. Yeah, sounds like a good idea, Manila. Touching grass is always a good idea. Let's see if we get this. I think we get this pushed down still, man. I really do. We'll see, though. You watered the plants, Zen? That's what's up. Nintendo, what's up, man? What's up with the markets? I can't call it, dude. You should guys just do the opposite of everything I do here, because you'll probably be much better off. So we got some results in here. We got 49% saying we stay the same on the rates, go down 23 and go up 28. Oof, man, it's gonna be a wild one today. Could be a wild one. Could be a wild one today, guys. What time's the rate announcement? It's at 2 and 2:30. At 2 o'clock we get the news. At 2:30 we get the press conference. Yeah, this looks like so they're trying to set people up here for the dump. Just be careful. We are trending kind of bearish right now. We're trending kind of bearish with this 21 being under the 100 period VWAP. We could get a rollover here into the 2220s if she wants to. We'll see if that's what she's into. Still working on my strategy for days like these when it's super volatile. My VWAP, standard deviation, band trades are easy, but days like this chop me up because I can't not hit the try doing a 1-to-1 R. Or try a 1-to-1 R. What's up, Christian? I'm gonna have to wait until after the news drops. Too much chop. Oh, it gets worse after the news, Christian. It gets worse. It gets even worse, man. So yeah, I wouldn't trade after 2 p.m. today. I wouldn't trade probably after 1 p.m. today. Yeah, right now what we're seeing is they're trying to move away from this level right here at 2265, this bearish absorption tweezer top here. They're trying to move away from here, but they're doing it in the slowest way possible because along the way they're trying to get people to go long. So be very careful with that. They are very, very good at psychological games and manipulations. And then out of nowhere, they'll just drop it, you know, like 100 points. Be careful. You know, we knew this wasn't going to go in one. It'd be nice if it went in one drop, but a lot of times it doesn't. We have to kind of sweat it out. I mean, at this point here, it would be probably okay to take some risk off the table. Maybe move the break even or something like that. Even though I always regret those break evens later. I regret them all the time. I think I've regretted more than appreciated. Do I have a Zoom streaming at the same time for no lag? No, but if I wanted to have zero lag, I would do it on Discord. Discord doesn't have any lag. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, Alan, I'll be trading tomorrow 9 to 2. 9 to 2. 9 to whenever. 9 to whenever. 9 to 3, 9 to 4, who knows? 9:15 actually. But make sure you turn on the notifications to this channel. That way you can see us when we go live. Oh, what's up, Pops? Thank you for joining. K-pop joined. Freddie, Moscow. Welcome, Freddie. The flush is incoming. It's a holiday. Oh, yeah, it is a holiday. It's a holiday on Thursday. Yeah, no, then I think the market's open till noon, to be honest with you. If you guys want, we could jump on here and we could do some back testing together. How about that? Sounds good? Jump on here tomorrow, do some back testing, maybe keep an eye on the market. Yeah, we'll do some back testing tomorrow. Sounds good? We'll do some back testing together, do a good Q&A, maybe. You guys want to do Q&A? Because I know you guys have no lives. You guys need to do something on YouTube. I'm just kidding, guys. Maybe we'll do a Q&A on, we'll do the Q&A on Discord, but we'll be on YouTube back testing. Or whatever you prefer. You could do it on YouTube too. Come on, girl. What you gonna do here? Sensei says, I'm Moroccan and I know what's wrong with you American men. It's more than one thing, Sensei. There's a lot of things wrong with us. It's a lot more than just one thing. Guys, I'll ask you guys for a big favor. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you think there's a lot of value in it, forward the stream to a friend of yours who trades. Maybe if you have a friend that trades, it's not on here with us, because YouTube likes to get signals like, you know, when you forward a video and you get shares on your videos, it ranks that very highly. Shares, interactions, likes are kind of like low on a totem pole, but they still matter. But actions like sharing a video or commenting on a video, you know, things like that, they really do help the page get more grace in the algorithm's eyes. So if you guys have any friends that trade, forward them the video. Or even if you have another YouTube account, forward it to your other YouTube account. Yeah, YouTube loves things like that. Yeah, YouTube loves things like that. We've got a flat top here. If you guys were late and never caught the short, the market could come back up here, grab this liquidity up here before coming back down to hit the VWAP. Right now, she is looking kind of heavy, but she could, once again, before hitting the VWAP, she could come sweep liquidity from this flat top. Sometimes it's better not to have anybody around you that trades, Angelo, because trading with someone else that you have as a friend sometimes could be a hindrance. It could be a hindrance if the person is trying to like force feed their strategy and it's not working for them either. Sometimes it's good to develop your own strategy. Once you have one, then it's a little safer to then find a buddy at that point. But if you would have started with a buddy, maybe sometimes it doesn't work out. Just trading right in the middle of today's range. Yeah, the flat top is a premature high, is a pre-market high. Oh man, this is a heavy looking market on the 12-minute. This is a very heavy looking market. Wow. She's going right to that. She's going right to that VWAP. She likes that VWAP, man. All right, why did I take this short? You're probably asking yourselves, why did he take that short where he did? Okay, I'm going to tell you right now why I took it. Because I do a lot of back testing. That's why I took it. That's really the reason why. Because I do so much back testing that when I don't take these trades, I smack myself because I back test them and they work out high percentage of the time. All right, so what we have here, we have the 21, which is the pink line on the 1 minute right now, the 21 EMA. It crossed down below the 100 period VWAP, which is the dotted line right here. Okay, we cross underneath it. So I've noticed that after the first signal of bearish absorption, when we're heading to the downside, after the first signal of bearish absorption like we have right here, the market will tend to use this as a high until it gets down to a very significant level. So putting my stop up here and shooting for the VWAP was a very, very good setup for me. And what you could do in a situation like this is just trail it. If you feel like, oh, you know what, I don't want to risk too much, you can always, I don't even know where the stop loss is right now. The stop loss is in here somewhere. Come here, stop loss. There we go. You could trail it if you wanted to. You know, I didn't this time around just because, you know, we could trail it here, we could trail it there, wherever you want. I really think she goes to VWAP, so I'll just leave it. I'll leave it there. Maybe I'm wrong, you know. She could pop from here. We'll leave it just in case. My theory's right anyway. Like, I should have taken profits in here. Regardless, I should have taken profits in here when it gave us this doji in here. Remember, this is the demo account. My funded account was at 27, so this one would have TP'd already. So 27 is right here. Yeah, that would have TP'd already. You know, this one's a little more aggressive because this is the demo version. But right now we're getting a strong signal to the upside. So just you know, practice good. We'll put it here. If we get stopped out, we'll make 680. This was an absorption candle, so if we get above the absorption candle, then that means the market probably wants to go and grab this flat top that we have right here, and then we'll just short it again from here. Your screen is time and pattern recognition. Nice, man. Thanks, Nintendo. That flat top is pre-market. Awesome, man. I'm the human indicator, says Mark Wagner. It's pretty funny. So I want to tell you guys a story. Now that we have some time here in our hands, I want to tell you guys a story. This may hit some of you guys. This may not hit some of you guys, but my hope is to, you know, reach as many people as possible. Yeah, 100 period VWAP. It tracks the last 100 candles. Okay, so as you guys know, I'm a follower of God, a follower of the way, as it's called in the New Testament. I'm a child of God, Jesus fanatic, you know, all that good stuff, and I pray a lot. I pray a lot, and not as much as I should probably. I pray. Let's just put it that way. I pray, and I ask God all the time to watch my daughters when I'm not around, you know, just make sure he's always with them, because, you know, there's going to be times in your life when you can't take care of your kids. Always watch them. I also pray to God, and I ask him all the time to always reveal himself, you know, in my life. You know, sometimes he does and we're not paying attention, but there's some things that are undeniable, like, you know, and those keep you grounded, you know, in faith. So I ask God all the time to reveal himself, you know, show his presence, show his love. You know, just show everything he can to, you know, just to show us that we are, you know, we're still in his graces. Like, he's still with us. You know, I know he is, but it's good to hear once in a while. You know, you as a parent, you should always let your children know you love them, right? It's the same thing. Just let me know you love me still. So I pray all the time for this stuff. And yesterday, something very crazy happened. Something very supernatural. So anybody who is likes to hear crazy stories, unbelievable stories, you're in for a treat. So yesterday, my daughter, she wants to get into theater. So there is a theater group in my city that meets once a month to do improv online. So I signed her up for the class, and I forgot that yesterday my daughter also had chorus for church. I forgot she had chorus practice last night. So she's been so excited about this improv class for the last few weeks. And she's even been rehearsing on her own. She's been watching videos on how to do improv. Super excited. And then my wife reminded us yesterday that she also had chorus. And on the way home yesterday from dropping off my other daughter at her friend's house, the gentleman that leads up the improv class reached out to me and told me that, hey, I noticed that on the registration, your daughter was born in 2014. So she's still a child. She's still a minor. I'm like, yeah, of course. He's like, unfortunately, she's not going to be able to participate in the improv class because we have adults in the class, and the adults they sometimes they do comedy improv, which involves cursing or foul language and things like that. So we don't want to, have your daughter involved in that. I said, oh, no worries, no problem. That's fine. I totally understand. I'll tell my daughter. He told me about some summer camp that she can join that they have for kids. I said, no problem, no worries. Came home, told my daughter. She was kind of bummed out about it. She was a little sad about it because she was really looking forward to it. And then I said to her, do you still have chorus though? Do you want to go to chorus instead? Because, I wanted to take her to chorus, but since I had dropped off my other daughter at her friend's house and they were going to go to the movies, I wasn't sure if I was going to have to pick up my daughter at the movies around the same time as my other daughter was going to be in chorus, and they're like in different towns. So I gave her the option. Normally I wouldn't have given her the option, but she said, yeah, that she still wanted to go to chorus. So I was like, you know what? I'll figure it out. I'll figure out one way or another to get, my both daughters, taken care of. So then I took my daughter, my youngest daughter, who was going to go to chorus. I took her to go work out first. We went to work out yesterday in the afternoon for like an hour. And then straight after the workout, I was like, come on, we got to go. We're going to shoot up to church. We're going to go to chorus. And nothing out of the ordinary. She went into her classroom. And I'm hanging out in the lobby just waiting. It's usually like 2 hours, her course. And I'm hanging out. It's starting to get cold in the lobby. So I'm like, I'm just going to go in the car and sit in the car and just, take a nap or something, right? So I go in the car, and then like 15 minutes go by, and I get a call from my daughter's chorus leader. And she says, are you here? She's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I'm outside in the car. I thought maybe they ended chorus early or something. It was only like 7 o'clock. And she says, can you come in here for a moment? Your daughter has to tell you something. I'm like, oh, I hope my daughter didn't get bullied or something happened, because she's very sensitive. All right, so then I go to the front of the lobby to the church, and I see my daughter bawling, like crying, her eyes out. Eyes are red. And she's standing there next to the instructor. But at the same time as she's bawling, crying, she's also smiling. Like, I've never seen such a thing. She's smiling, but she's bawling. So I said, what's wrong, baby? What happened? And she said, she told me the following story. You're going to want to hear this. She told me the following story. She said, I was thinking about the argument that I had with my sister earlier today, and I was getting really sad because my youngest daughter, she's very sensitive, and my older daughter, she's very cold. She doesn't show emotions, and my youngest daughter shows a lot of emotion. So she's like, I was thinking about my argument with my sister, and I was getting very sad. She's like, but I didn't want to cry. I felt like I wanted to cry, but I didn't want to cry in front of all the kids. So she said, instead, I closed my eyes instead. And she said, when I closed my eyes, she said, I heard a voice that said, you can cry in my home. And she freaked out. She said that she knew it was the voice of God. She said it was the most loving voice, but the most powerful voice she's ever heard in her life. She said she didn't see anybody around her. There was nobody around her. And she's like, her knees started to buckle. Her arms were shaking. Teeth were chattering. She couldn't stop crying. She cried for 2 hours straight, but like joy. Most beautiful thing I've ever experienced in my life. Unbelievable story. And she said, she's like, I never felt so much love. She's like, I never felt, anything like that before. She's like, now she's like, I want to dedicate my life, to God. She made a video last night. We're going to edit it today. A testimonial video. She's like, I want to put it on my YouTube channel. I want to tell everybody about this. She's like, I want everybody to know what I know. She's so on fire for the Lord right now, which is like unbelievable, man. And so God answers your prayers, guys. God will answer your prayers. So he answered my prayers, not only to watch over my daughters, but also to reveal himself in my life. And man, like it's almost like it was like I feel more grateful that it happened to my daughter than even if it would have happened to me. It's just, it was like, she's on fire. She's like, I want to tell people about Jesus. She's like, I want to sing for the Lord, because she already is in chorus and she loves singing. She's like, I want to sing for the Lord. She's like, I don't care about theater anymore. She's like, I don't care about improv. She's like, I just want to serve. And I was like, wow. And she's on fire, man. She's on fire. It's the most beautiful story I've ever heard, man. Like, oh man, so powerful, guys. I mean, sometimes, like she even said, it's like, sometimes I doubt if God is really, real or with me, even though she is like a big fanatic of the Lord. But we all sometimes think that. We think, is God really, is he with me? Does he hear my thoughts? And I told my daughter, I said, listen, God knows all of your thoughts even before you were born. God knew all of your thoughts. So she said when she heard the voice, she said there was no doubt in her mind at all. She said, no doubt that there is a God. She said, there's no doubt in my mind there's a God. And there's no doubt in my mind that he loves me, like, so much. So if you guys are ever in doubt and you think God's not listening or with you, I'm telling you, man, even I've had my doubts in the past. I think that experience changed me even more. It's such an amazing thing, man. Unbelievable, man. So, yeah, man, it's beautiful, man. I don't know if any of you guys have ever experienced such a powerful moment with the Lord. It's called the baptism of the Holy Spirit. And we're not all so lucky to experience that. We all don't get that. But the ones that do are changed forever, man. And I think she's a goner. Yeah, all praise to the Father. Yeah, I think she's a goner. She's done for. God has claimed her. So I got one more daughter to go. You did for the first time 2.5 months ago, Shoni. That's beautiful, man. That is beautiful. That is so nice, man. Forever believing, yeah. God is good, man. Praises to the Lord, man. I know. Some of you may not still be there in your life. I've met a lot of good people in my life who are wonderful people who have maybe been hurt so much in your life that you think that God is not real and you think that God's not for you. Sometimes people use wars and things like that to say there's no God. Why do children have cancer? Why is there wars? It's not for us to figure out. But just know that he knows everything. He knew everything before the inception of the world. So, yeah, I wanted to share that story with you guys. It was so powerful, so touching to me that I got to experience that. And man, God is strong, man. God is real. God is for us, not against us, guys. He is for us. 100% he is for us. Imagine hearing a sound of the voice saying, "You can cry in my home." Wow. That is powerful. That is beautiful. So I looked up a couple of verses in the Bible for her where people have heard the voice of God in the Bible. And there's some beautiful ones, man. There are some beautiful. There are some beautiful verses. Let me go ahead and share some of these with you. First Kings 19:11 says, the Lord, let me see if I can, this is NIV. Yeah. The Lord said, "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by." Then a great and powerful wind tore the mountains apart and shattered the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind, there was an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake came a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire came a gentle whisper. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak over his face and went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. Yeah, so exactly how my daughter described his voice was like a gentle, loving voice. So accurate. But yeah, that's one. There's a lot of verses in the Bible where God speaks to us. It's beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can find some opportunities in here. Looks like we are inching our way up higher, possibly going to this flat top level, maybe even higher, maybe even up here, or we might get that rollover here just yet. We could still get that rollover to the downside here. If this red candle here confirms, we may still be interested in taking this short here. We'll see. She did steal the liquidity from 22.44 there. Looks like she still may want some upside moves here. A lot of chop right now, so it'd be difficult to enter into a trade. No worries, Zen. Yeah, no, man. I'll share the video with you when my daughter finishes our edit. What do I think about the Iran situation? Man, it's all biblical, man. It's tough, man. It's very tough to say, man. I mean, God, everything happens through God's will. Everything. Nothing in this earth happens without God's will or God allowing it to happen. Wars, I've never understood wars, man, because wars are so tragic, and the loss of life is not something that the new covenant really promotes. You know, there was a lot of war and death in the Old Testament. So I will tell you this much. There is an evil one out there, and we do live in a spiritual world. This world is ran by the evil one. Everything in this world is controlled by the evil one. He's been given dominion of this world. So a lot of the things that happen in this world are led by spiritually infiltrated men. And I'm not talking about the good spirits. I'm talking about the bad spirits. So I think there is a lot of things that happen because of these people. But God allows it to happen for one reason or another. And I can't tell you why. All I know is that there will be a time where we will wish for death to be upon us, and we will not be able to reach death. God will punish the people, and he will punish the wicked. Believe me, there is a special punishment for them. And anybody who dies by the hand of any of these wars, anybody who dies by the hand of a dictator or unnecessary war, who died in Christ, will be taken care of in heaven. They'll be the first ones to be risen when the time comes, when the trumpet blows. They'll be the first ones to be with the Lord. You know, death is momentary, guys, but salvation is eternal. So keep that in mind. I don't love wars. I really don't. I think wars are horrible. And I don't know the meaning why wars are even necessary, but it's happened since the beginning of time when Cain killed Abel. It's happened since back then. Sin is part of this world, and it's only going to get worse, man. I'm just telling you guys, it's gonna get worse. You know, hopefully none of us are here during the tribulation, but people will be killed for just believing. So it could get worse, much worse. What's up, Mike? Wars and rumors of war? Yeah, man, wars are horrible. Right now we're seeing a possible rollover here. I like the short. If we confirm this red candle, this could be a nice short. Could be a nice short. She just swept this little level, did she? She barely swept it. Try this little short in here. Actually, I might just go for the whammy. We'll go to 22K on this one. See what happens here. She might start rolling over heavy here. We'll see. Crazy times, yeah, absolutely. We're going to be spiritual beings. Our body's not going to even matter. There'll be no sicknesses, no illnesses when we're with the Lord. All we're going to have is a spiritual being, and all we're going to care about is worshiping. That's all we're going to care about is worshiping. That's from what I understand. That's what the Bible speaks of. All right, we're getting a nice little push. Yeah, good and evil definitely exists in this world, guys. We're in a spiritual world, but a lot of people like. Do you guys ever sometimes when you're sleeping at nighttime, do you ever get like, you get a feeling like maybe you're not alone? All right, some of us get more than others. Do you ever have like a nightmare and you wake up and you have sleep paralysis? Like those types of things are we're more spiritually connected when we're dreaming and when we're just waking up. So a lot of times people get attacked, and it's all spiritual. I mean, if you don't believe me, just pick up the Bible. A lot of things happen through dreams, and certain people pick up on it more than others. Dreams came to reality, yeah, sometimes. Yeah. You know what's funny is that a couple of months ago, I was really starting to get deep into the Lord, into the Word. I was really like trying to let go of some really bad habits that I had. I hadn't gotten sleep paralysis in probably like decades. I hadn't gotten sleep paralysis in a very, very long time, like maybe since like 2023, 2024. I hadn't had sleep paralysis since then, long time. And I recently started getting really deep into the Word and letting go of a lot of bad habits that I was getting. And for the first time in like 20 years, I got sleep paralysis. I woke up and I couldn't move. And I only was able to move again when I said in my mind, because I couldn't even talk. In my mind, I was just thinking, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And then the third time that I said Jesus, like I was free. Like I could move again. It's crazy, man. It's really scary. I wake up thinking someone is near. My dad, a couple of years ago when he was still living, I retired them when they were like I retired them like 10, 15 years ago, and they were living in Guatemala. But my dad wasn't feeling good there. He was feeling like, people were out to get him and stuff like that. So one night he said he woke up and he saw two men standing at the corner of his bed. And he said when he came to try to like fight them off, he said they disappeared. So the enemy attacks us, man. The enemy definitely attacks the ones that are closest to God. It's usually the clown. Yeah, it's usually the clown or the boogeyman. Witch riding demons. Yeah, the succubus is real. Jezebel's real. Incubus is real. All those things are real. Yeah, sometimes we do feel each other spiritually. I cannot believe that we came right up to this level and we did not tap. Look what I was telling you guys. The flat top. They're going to come back for this flat top. I cannot believe we came here and just missed that order. Yikes, man. That was close. Just missed that order. Yeah, Jezebel's real. If you guys don't know about Jezebel, or Jezebel spirit, look it up. You'll think of a lot of people you know. Even men can have the Jezebel spirit too. Remember, it's not just saved by grace, your ongoing salvation, things on your obedience. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not just saved by grace, but you got to repent. You got to repent, man. Following the guidance in the Old Testament, John 15:10. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Men can have the Jezebel spirit. I think I had the Jezebel spirit when I was younger because I was a straight man whore. But it's more than just being promiscuous. There's a lot more to it. The Jezebel spirit has a lot of other attributes too. Overly controlling, very witchcrafty, things like that. Yeah, watch this drop here, guys. Watch the drop. One of your buddies got caught by one? Yeah, I believe it. Crazy woman? Yeah. They're out there. They're out there, man. Even, believe it or not, even Christians can have it. But Christians that haven't given their life to God, Christians that have not really truly repented, Christians that are just Christians in name. You'll never stop sinning. That's one thing. I mean, don't think just because you've repented and you've come to God that you'll never sin again. There's only one that has never sinned, and that's not you. You know, so give your life to God, but know that every day is you got to pick up your cross. Every day, pick up your cross and face your addictions and face those temptations and lust. You know, all those things that you might struggle with. But just remember and know that you're not going to do it alone. You ain't doing it alone. Nobody can give up drugs. Nobody can give up sex addictions. Nobody can give up anything without the Lord's help. The enemy knows God's plan. Yeah, Nasdaq got the Jezebel spirit for sure, bro. Exactly what she was, a Christian in church every Sunday. Yeah, Nintendo. Yeah, that happens, man. That definitely happens. You think the devil doesn't hang out at church? You think the demons don't hang out at church? Come on, man. You think he wants to wreck the people who are already bought and paid for? He knows you don't gotta spend any time in Hollywood. You don't gotta be spending any time on Epstein's Island. He knows that that's already on lock. They want to spend time when they're not supposed to be. Remember, he hates us, man. He hates us because he has fallen from grace, and God's love for us is unbelievable. And he used to have that. He no longer has it. So he hates us, and he wants to take us along with him. So there you go. That's your I'll get off my soapbox for the day. You guys got a little 101 today. All right, man. This is the slowest dump ever, by the way. In case you guys were wondering, this is one of the slowest dumps we've seen in 20 points right there. Yeah, I love it. Good job, Shawnee. Thank you for letting me know. Your soapbox is the shiz, buddy. Thanks, man. Need some X-Lax. What? Oh, yes, he does for the dump. I was like, what are you talking about? Humans are really special beings. Really God's people. Things that we can achieve. Yeah, maybe. If you feel like someone's in your room, it might just be Mo Lester. Yeah, Mo, you're funny. I can't believe we missed that. Look at that, man. Remember we called this flat top earlier here. Like, watch this flat top in here. Exactly where she wanted to go. Man, a limit order there would have freaking rocked. I mean, I did have a limit order here, but I didn't have it on my funded or my eval. Man, she's really holding out, isn't she? She is really holding out. See if we got any news today. Nope, no news. Nothing going on besides Eagle Eyes winning eval. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll do a back testing session in the morning, guys. You're all welcome. Q&A, and it looks like there really isn't any news tomorrow either. Friday we have retail sales. No, that's Great Britain. Friday's just gonna be blah. 8:30. No, that's Canada. I mean, the only thing we have on Friday is Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, which is an orange folder, and I don't think that should really do anything. Friday might be a chop fest, man. We'll see what happens Friday on the week of FOMC and the rollover. Yeah, that's a good point, Gifted Kings. Sometimes people get caught up in church and they think that going to church is salvation. It's not. It's part of the plan to be in communion with people. It doesn't have to be in a church. It can be in your home. He said that wherever 2 or 3 are, that's where he will be. When 2 or 3 gather in his word and his name, he'll also be. But how would you get guidance? All right, there you go. About it. Where two or more gather, he's there. Yeah. A sheep can't lead itself. Subbed. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. There's a lot of really good. If you guys don't belong to a church, I'm gonna tell you guys about a guy that I listen to that I think you guys would love, man. Here, let me. If you guys don't know who he is, his name is Philip Anthony. What the heck? That was crazy. Philip Anthony Mitchell. This man, I am telling you, if you've never heard this man speak, he has got the gift. Ex-drug dealer, sex addict, man of the world, struck by God's grace and changed forever. You guys have to listen to this man speak, man. If you guys know who he is truly gifted, man. Gifted. Check him out. All you got to do is type in 2819 into the search bar. 2819, just like that. This is pretty cool. I put in 2819 and it shows up like this. That's the craziest thing ever. Yeah, he's legit, man. He's legit. Nice drop here, man. Nice drop. We've done a lot of talking, not so much trading. Stephen Darby, I'll check him out. Yeah, you shouldn't adore a pastor, but there are pastors who teach prosperity gospel, self-help, new age Christianity, and there's pastors who read you the Bible. Like his last sermon I listened to on Sunday, he literally read out of the Bible for like half the time, and then he really talks about like the things that need to be spoken about, like sin. But you don't hear things like that in some of the, like, he calls them like the cotton candy churches out there, the mega churches. They just want to make you feel good, like you went to church and like, oh, God loves you no matter what you do, you're good. Like, you know, that's not gonna give you, that's not gonna bring you to salvation. That'll bring you to something else. Yeah, people have walked out of his sermons. The guy I'm talking about, Philip Anthony Mitchell. People have walked out of his sermons because he's offended people. Atlanta, yeah. He's actually going to fill up a stadium with, I think, like 18,000 people, if I'm not mistaken, for a day of prayer. No celebrities, he said. No gimmicks. 18,000 people in an arena for a prayer, like a prayer concert, like a prayer day. Well, this was a good short. I mean, it was going to happen. Eventually, it was going to get down there. Geno Jennings, right? Like pastors that read the Bible, not give you lectures and support. Yeah, there's some pastors that just tell you stories, and then there's pastors that tell you what the Bible says. Yeah, the prosperity gospel could be pretty dangerous, man. Because there's some scriptures in the Bible that speak about God prospering you, and they take it to they make a whole religion out of it. They make a whole gospel out of it, and it lead a lot of people astray. There is a verse in the Bible that speaks about misleading his children, or the little ones. I'm going to read it to you guys instead of butchering it. And how you're better off tying a millstone around your neck. And the whole concept is like this. If anyone causes one of these little ones, and that includes us, those who believe in me, that's us, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. That is Matthew 18:6. So a lot of these pastors are the ones misleading and causing people to stumble. And it's running rampant. Why I'm in this trade? Because I'm a degen. I'm in this trade because we saw that the 21 has come under the 100 period VWAP. Okay? We saw that. So the first bearish indication after that, we started going short. So we went short in here and we got a nice drop down. But we saw that we made a flat top here. So I knew that the market still wanted to come back up to grab this liquidity. Sure enough, we had the market come back, grab that liquidity, missed our second entry. So because we came up here, that tells me that the market probably wants to go down to at least VWAP. So what I've been noticing is that recently we've been not only going to VWAP, but we've been going past VWAP. We have a 22K level down there, which would be pretty interesting to see the market at 22K right around 2 p.m. So the only reason why I'm still holding out is because I feel like being stuck between 22K and the VWAP is exactly what the market is going to want pre-POW, pre-FOMC. That's the reason why I'm thinking that. And then we got this bearish indication here. So if we do a measured move from there, right here, we take, right here, we have about 25 points. So 50 points would bring us to right around here, 22,004. Now the measured move I'm talking about is from this wick till we had confirmation of this move down, which is bears absorbing, bears absorbing, bears won. That red candle tells me that bears won. So since bears won, that tells me that even if we come back into this range, more than likely we're going to get rejected from it and move back down. We got just that. We came back down. And we got the expected bounce from VWAP, obviously. You know, market's always going to give you a bounce from VWAP more than likely, unless it's like real heavy. So we've got that. And if we continue to finagle this market lower, I could see 22K being a very possible target. So right now we are in small profits. If we wanted to, we could take a little bit of risk off. If you guys are getting nervous, you could always risk 780 here to make 1320. This should be pretty safe. We'll see. If we come back above here without tapping 22,000, then our thesis is probably cooked. Remember, nothing has to happen. These are just theses that you pick up after a while that you've been back testing long enough. It'll give you an idea. Does that make sense? A lot of pastors would be guilty of this. What's up, Captain? Welcome back, brother. Market return to weekly open for news. Would you like? Oh, yeah, man. All right, so we're getting more seller absorption here. So our 21 is still comfortably under this 100 period. So imagine a cloud. All right, so when this happens, imagine a cloud. Imagine there was, let me see if I can draw a cloud somehow. Maybe I can. Can I? I'll try to draw a cloud. I don't know. Imagine a cloud above your 21. Imagine this cloud, right? When we're in a downtrend like this, look at all these moves above the 21 and below the 100. Those usually get hammered. Like look right here. We had this touch the 100, it got hammered. Right here we had this touch the 100, it got hammered. Right now I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe we'll go higher. But you know, like it works until it doesn't, obviously, right? You know, just look at that. You know, everything that's come into this has been shut down pretty hard. We'll see. Keep the bearish, keep the trend to the down, keep the bias to the downside until it crosses back over. When it crosses back over, if it does, then we change our tune. Oh, we got news in 50 minutes, guys, so expect the unexpected. Oh yeah, we're back. Remember this trend line that I drew here? Let me go to the 30. That trend line that we drew here, she's back under it. So we popped out, faked out, and came back under it. So we're under it at the moment. This grind down is the stuff of nightmares, man. It really is. Today we took the elevator up and the stairs down. Usually it's the other way around. Usually we take the stairs up and the elevator down. Today it was the opposite. Nice bearish absorption move there. It's been a wild one since I had so much fun scalping on shorts on NQ. Yeah. What's up, Motivation? Good to see you. Kyle, what's up, man? News in 50? Yeah, we got the FOMC news in 50 minutes. That'll be fun. Never heard that one before? That's an old one. Yeah. This could lead to a little bit of a dump here. We'll see. There we go. And we got seller absorption, sellers confirmed, and then here comes the dump. I mean, you guys, you can't ask for more. I mean, she literally just told you. We just swept the liquidity, seller absorption, seller one out, go short here, bang at least 20 points on that move maybe. Not even, 12 points. They seem bigger, but the ATR is really low right now. ATR is at 8. I'll be right back, guys. she goes. She wants nobody to stay in profits. She's like, you're in profits? No, 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 no. Cannot have that. You cannot have that around here. Videos. Cool, man. After the news gets better, because it's I mean, it should. I mean, we're gonna definitely pick up on the volume after the FOMC. But I've noticed, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I've noticed that after the FOMC meetings, you get very erratic price movement. Sometimes he trends, sometimes he chops. I'd be careful. Jami Gonzalez, what's up, man? Thank you for jumping in. Appreciate you becoming a subscriber. If you guys are new here and just subscribing, be sure that you also join our free Discord. Ask away as many questions as you want. We have a lot of great traders in there. Post your P&Ls. Check out our Bible study section. Check out our memes section. If you want to join our STARS program, which allows you to have a small accountability group that'll help you stay on track with your trading. It's all free, so take advantage. Jabbar, what's up, man? Do I think it's going to make the price go up or go down? Man, if I knew that, man, I wouldn't be here. What's up, Lambo Raul? I hope after the news things get better. Oh, I didn't even see that was you who said that. Normally, if you trade ICT, there can be a very clear setup at 230. If it's not clear, it's not there. Captain still needs it. I thought you did the other day, Captain. I thought you did. If we break the VWAP, we'll move the stop to 2240 above this absorption candle. We'll see if we can do that. It's still going though. That's cool, Captain. Yeah, man, we'd love to have you there. Check out, this is our Discord. Amit just don't know if it's correct or not. Look at Amit. He's posting his trade setups here. He's looking for a long somewhere in let's see what location he's looking for. Along around 21,827. That'll happen later on today if we do get a flush down. The stop would be at 21,808. Nice setup, brother. He'll take that back up to the oh, this is yesterday, I think. Was this yesterday? No, this is today, 12/14. Appreciate that, man. Every day we get the news, oh, most days, almost every day, we get the news from Armana, posted here. Good stuff. You guys can post your P&Ls in here as well. Shawnee posted his P&L yesterday of $1,567 hairs. Very nice, brother. Shawnee's crushing it. Another 1,200 by Shawnee. Armana posting his here. He's just getting back in the swing of things. He's up at 183 yesterday. Me here posting a little win on the day the other day. So feel free to join, guys. What's up, Green Sugar? What candles are you using? Today I'm using a combination of 1 minute standard bars and the two sides on the block for the Renkos. The Renkos with the 2 sides bar or block. Oh, a board. If you want to learn about the candles, then just go to the description of this video and you'll see you'll see a section that says my strategy and my indicators. I have videos there on the indicators that you see here on the chart, and I also have links to where you can get them. And you can get them here on TradingView, obviously, but you need the upgraded version of TradingView for it. And if you don't have that, use our link for TradingView, which is also down and below in the description. It'll help out the channel big time. Are we gonna get 22? Are we gonna get 22? There we go. Case closed. She did it. Congratulations, anybody who was short in here. I'm telling you, man. The 21 doesn't lie. 21 don't lie. Thanks, Mo. Magnet emoji method really helps. Why use 2 and not 1? It was, I don't even care. It just this was 3. I don't know why it got into 2. I could just use 1. It doesn't matter. It just was whatever was on there. It's just for you guys to follow along with my trades, to see where my mind is at and what I'm thinking. Watch us just continue to dump now, because people are going to be putting their long positions here. Watch us just continue to dump, because with a whole bunch of accumulation of longs, you get a whole bunch of accumulation of stop losses. And if there's stop losses here continuously being placed, the market's just going to keep going after them. On my eval is I stopped trading a while ago. My eval is up $763 on the day, and my Bulenox is up just under $300 on the day. And then you guys see what was happening here on the demo side. This is just for you guys to follow along on what I think the market's gonna do. Like I said, I wasn't even supposed to touch my funded accounts this week. I'm especially not gonna trade them during FOMC. So I'm happy with this win on the day. I'm happy with it. We just need $370 more on our funded to get our first payout with Bulenox. So that would be amazing. Your 100 period VWAP doesn't match up with mine's. Here, I'll show you what my setting is. I hope you're using the right one. I go here to the VWAP one day and go down to this section that says rolling VWAP period. That should be set on 100 and show rolling VWAP. If you're not on 1 minute, it's not going to show the same as mine. Let's just say if you're on a 5 minute, it's going to look different. So make sure you're on if you want it to look like mine, you have to be on a 1 minute chart. Jabbar says the next one is 21,897. Renko bricks set at 1 traditional equals 1 point. I don't know how they calculate it, but I use 2 on traditional. I have broken even for today. Phew. Thanks, now time for the gym. Good job, Gifted. At least you made it back. Good job, brother. Same settings, and you're in your 1 minute and it still doesn't look like this. It's still not here. You might have another one on as well. You might be looking at the wrong one. You might have Are you talking about the purple stuff? If you're not seeing the purple stuff, you got to activate these first 4 ones. The first 4. Maybe you're talking about the purple haze. Might get a little pop here, guys. Back to VWAP. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. How do you see if there's news? Well, there's news because we know that the FOMC is going to be doing a rate announcement at 2 p.m. Post your setting. Post a picture of your chart in the Discord. I'll take a look at it. Wow, she's even gapping here. We got a gap in here. No, is it that serious, man? We got to get a gap in here? Look at that. ATR is at 8. Even after that massive drop, our ATR is still at 8. It's pretty crazy. Pretty low. Means the volume is really low right now. The volume is really low right now because obviously we are waiting for the FOMC news. Thanks for subscribing, Audit. Thank you for being here. Let's go see if we can possibly get a little bounce from here. Right now the Renkos are showing a delta, somewhat of a delta trap. I'll explain to you guys who are new here what a delta trap looks like. A delta trap looks like a spike followed by another spike. So for instance, usually leads to a rollover like right here. You see the spike followed by another spike right there. Gave you that rollover. What that means is that it gives you an initial push and then comes back to stop out early position holders. That market is still dumping here. We still got that market dumping. So it looks like we're getting a continuation. We still haven't printed any bullish Renko blocks. So just because you see a delta trap doesn't mean that you should automatically jump into a trade. This is just one of the indications. When you start getting bullish Renko blocks or absorption Renko blocks, that increases your chances of the trade being successful. But a lot of times when we have these trend lines, it overshoots the trend line, getting everybody extra bearish, and then it will come back up. Next level here we have is the daily, yesterday's close at 21,956. Today's overnight low is at 21,862. And the dump is real. Looks like I undersold my short. We waited all this time and then things got really good in here. I'm telling you, once she breaks that seal, she just goes. Do I have a video speaking about supply and demand? I'm gonna make some. It's on my list of videos to create. And I'm not talking about traditional supply and demand. I'm talking about volume-based supply and demand. Like I showed you guys earlier, like, hey, price is gonna come back into here, retest that supply level and come back down. Like that's the kind of supply and demand that I use. I don't just use like the Tory trade trend line supplies. Like that's, you don't know if that's got supply to it. You're assuming it does, or demand. You're assuming it does. Yeah, Gifted Kings. Well, show me what you got in the Discord. Drop me a picture. I'll see what's going on. What a dump, says Vic. Yeah, I agree. Yep. If you're new at trading, Kyle, There is no dumb questions, man. Ask all the questions you want. This looks pretty interesting. It's 1:30. We got 30 minutes to go here before the possible news. Let's see if there's any. Looks like we might be getting a bullish divergence here on momentum. What that means is that we have momentum going higher, price going lower. See price going lower. Momentum right now is still a little bit positive still. Still has not confirmed. Looks like she still might be pushing lower. Once we get a crossover of the white line above the red line, then that'll confirm it if it is going to be a higher low. But right now, she is still looking extra dumpy. This still looks like it's going to go even more. She might just go to the daily open right now. High volume candle here. Crazy. She's not ready for a reversal just yet. She's ready for more carnage. That daily open might have a pop. We're at yesterday. This dotted white line here is yesterday's close from the NY session. Why do my candles change color, Lidor? Because my candles tell me about volume. So this candle right here, it shows me that there was a high volume move in here. So instead of having a histogram down here, it's built into my candle and it just flushes. The purple one tells me that sellers are absorbing buyers. So buyers are trying to push the price back up into the trend line, but they got overpowered by sellers. And then sellers showed that they were really in control because this candle was high volume to the downside. So when you have a combination of these two candles, I've noticed that it at least gives you a good significant push lower, maybe a 1-to-1. That's why we're taking a small trade down here to about 930, because this usually gives you a good 1-to-1 RR. So if you look right here at this green candle tells us that buyers have more contracts in at this particular candle. So buyers should technically be pushing the price up. But if you look up here, sellers push the price down. That's called an absorption. Now sometimes that's a fake out, but when you're followed by a high volume candle like this, you see how big the volume was on that? Usually you get a little bit more of a push after something like that. Okay? That's why we took that. Some people might be thinking, oh, well, why are you shorting the bottom? You know, sometimes you don't know where the bottom is. It may look like a bottom, but bottom could still not be done bottoming out. Are you posted it, Ashton? Let me see what you got, man. So let me see what you got. What are your settings under the rolling VWAP period? It's cut off. What are your settings under the rolling VWAP period? You see, like you got cut off right here. Is your white line the regular VWAP? Is this white line you have here the regular VWAP? Nice looking chart too, by the way. Is this the regular VWAP? I think you have the regular VWAP there, right? Let's see. What time frame are you on? It looks like you might be on the 1 minute as well, right? Yeah, I think you might be on the 1 minute. Oh, you figured it out? Okay, cool. Glad to hear that. Yo Inc. has a magnet here. That's why his trade ended up, that's why the market ended up dumping, because he put this magnet. That always works. Absolutely. Sometimes I do that on my charts. Picture 200? Okay. Captain, you want me to post my videos trading ICT concepts live? Or should I name it trading SCD concepts live? Nice job, Angelo. Good job, brother. Yeah, Angelo, that chart looks really good. Really, FISA? No, I don't trade on Ninja Trader, man. I always try to encourage people to trade on Project X over Rhythmic when you can. I don't think Apex has that option, no. Apex has Trade of 8. Yeah, it looks like we might get stopped here. Or the market could come here to that demand level. Right to this demand level. I'm sorry, supply level. And find enough supply here to satisfy her. Roll over to the daily. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We got that daily open all the way at 21,862. Yeah, the shorts look pretty good. Yeah, NQ has the Jezebel spirit. We got, sorry, you get that seller absorption again. We got news in 20 minutes. Remember that. We got news in 20. Could be reversing. No bearish indications just yet on the Renko or anything else. We started to see a little bit of a seller absorption, but looks like bulls have a lot of demand right now. If we crush this area, we might go back to 22K, hang out between 22K and the VWAP until we get that news. Doesn't have to keep selling off. It's kind of wishful thinking on my end here. Saw that daily open. It shows it should go back up, Mark? Yeah, it could. Absolutely could. Yeah, the wrinkles right now look very strong to the upside. It's a regular candle. What's up, Anto? Cool cuts. What's going on, man? Will it go back to 2220 to flip the fair value? Yeah, maybe. Cool cuts. Are you a barber? First time here, Anto? Well, welcome to the community, brother. All right, we'll get stopped here. Yeah, we'll get stopped there. It looks like she does want to break out higher. She took out this. She took out this. She took out this supply level here, and she took it out with a very strong looking candle. Next level that she's going to come to retest is this flat looking area here at 22K, and she'll probably hang out like we spoke about earlier. She'll probably hang out in here till Papa Pal comes on. Props on not moving your stop. I actually gave it a few more ticks, but I mean, you have to be wrong, right? There's going to be times when you're going to be wrong. You can't be right every single time. So this level was not respected. Too much demand to support that level. We'll see if anything changes now that we're approaching the 22K level. You always want to look to the left. So to the left, you see that you have a pretty flat looking price action here. So when you see stuff like that, it usually is an invitation for price to come and grab the liquidity at least. But then when you keep looking more to the left, you see this candle right here, which is a candle that some of you may call a fair value gap. What it is zero prints on the TPO, or it's imbalances here when you look at it on a footprint chart. Why it goes there is because price has not had a significant opportunity to be tested here. So if you see these imbalances in here, what it's telling you is that, hey, we went through this price too quickly. It did not give the market enough time to figure out whether there is any demand here. So the market, as efficient as it is, will go back to these levels to see if there is any business to be had here. And a lot of times it's quick down, it's quick up when you see stuff like this. So we'll see. We'll see. I haven't taken a look at the TPO in a while. Do we have any poor? We have a poor low. This right here is called the poor low. So expect more downside. These poor lows get corrected. Another inefficiency in the market is this poor low, which means that price has not had an opportunity to get tested. When you see a tapered off look like this, when it's tapered like that, that has given price enough opportunity, like an auction, to see if there's any interest up here. And as you can see, interest tapers off. There isn't a lot of interest up here. There isn't a lot of interest up here. But as you go down to these levels, you see more interest because people are interested in the fair value, which is in here. And as you go down, you see that this was not given an opportunity to see if there's anybody willing to buy and sell down here. Okay, so this could be corrected by the end of the day. So if you were to ask me based on a TPO chart where we're more likely to go, it probably is to the downside. So up here is another, this is another example of a tapered look on a TPO chart. Time price opportunity, in case you're asking. When you see stuff like this, these sometimes get treated as two individual clusters. So I'm not an expert on TPO. I just know the bare basics, bare minimum. But I do like to check for poor highs and lows and zero prints. Wow, we got quite the pop there, didn't we? Nice little pop. We're above 22. We're right in that sweet spot between 22 and the VWAP. Look at that. Yeah, we stream every day pretty much from 9:15 till whenever. Take it easy, Angelo. Relax, man. Just relax, because you want to do the opposite of what the market is doing. So, for instance, let me give you an example. Take care, Captain. Thanks, Cool Cuts. Appreciate you, man. So the market makers are the ones that move the market, right? It's not us. Retail is 3% to 5% of the actual buyers and sellers. So when they're pushing hard like this, right? You're pushing hard like this. You're either gonna ride the wave, but you never want to fight the wave, right? You never want to fight what's happening. So all of this, very bearish, very bearish, very bearish, right? Now there's going to come to a point where the market's overexhausted and it's oversold. So when you start seeing a candle like this is telling you that buyers are now absorbing sellers. After like a big move like this, you start to see that. So what happens is that people get stuck going short here because they think it's going to go down forever. They think it's going to go to zero, or they might just think it's going to go to the daily open like I did. They get stuck here, and then when you start seeing big candles away from these areas, it means that they successfully stuck sellers in this area and are trying to move away from them as quickly as possible to squeeze them and take out all their stop losses. So we know for a fact there's stop losses here. We know there's stop losses here. And we know there's probably stop losses at 22K, right? Because 22K is psychological level. We know there's stop losses above the VWAP. So market being as efficient as it is, she will leave no one in profits for too long. So there she goes. It's taking everybody's. If you came into this short late and you thought you're going to ride it down to like 20K, you come in here, you're like, oh, I'm going to go short. The market's dumping. Good. Stop loss here. I'm just going to wait it. And it comes out and grabs you. So with the market, you really have to have a way to always take profits. You have to have some kind of a profit-taking mentality. So next time you jump into a trade, this is what I would do. I'm not telling you what to do. Next time you're looking for a trade, what I do is I look, do I still have an opportunity to catch this wave in the direction where it's going? So I look to see if the 21 is, just starting its move under the 100 period VWAP. So I have time to get into these. But when you get this far away, when you get the 21 is this far away from the 100, you really have to start kind of watching if the trend is still going to go in your direction much longer. You can still catch a short here at some point because we still are technically bearish. But at this point in time today at 149, right before FOMC, I wouldn't be doing a thing. And so the indicators are down below in the description of this video under a section called My Strategy and My Indicators. You tried to get in on the pullbacks, says Angela? Yeah, don't even try at this point because you're gonna wreck whatever's left of your account today with this price action that we're about to get right now. There's certain times that it may fall forever, and if you think it's gonna fall forever, then trail it. These are vector candles, Anto. Yes. I don't have any entries right now because the market most likely at 2 p.m. is going to the market at 2 p.m. is most likely going to do something like this. It's gonna chop in here for a bit, and then it's going to go higher. It's going to go lower, take everybody out, chop around again, and then pick a direction. So just remember that it's starting already. Okay, just be careful. Your trade's still open, Angelo? Nice. If we get a read right now, if we get a price, see right now the market is pricing in a 0 rate cut flat. If we get a rate cut, the market is going to hit an all-time high today. If we get a rate increase, oh, the market's not going to like that at all. We're going to go and grab Mo's stop loss. If we get nothing, we may have a choppy session. If we don't get an increase or a decrease, which is more than likely what will happen, we may just chop around. Oh, you're doing okay, Angela? I'm glad to hear that. I'm always like, what are you talking about? Market will enter Kitty Wops mode? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it could. It could. Yeah, we got the news coming up. FOMC coming up pretty soon. The press conference is at 2:30. We have an expected. Let's see what our expected for today is. Expected Wednesday. Yeah, we're expecting 0. That's what the consensus is saying. We're expecting a 4.25. No, that's not us. Sorry, that's not even us. What am I talking about? $4.5. What the heck I was talking about? Yeah, we're expecting a 4.5. We're 8 minutes away. Get that news soon. Yeah, you could. It could tank. Oh, happy birthday, man. Whack. Happy birthday. You ruined your birthday, huh? Your birthday's not ruined, man. 350 down is not the end of the world. You can recover from that. You can recover, man. She's testing that trend line again. That big one. Testing that big trend line. So she went past the VWAP. Surprised me. I thought she'd be chopping in between the 22K and the VWAP. Really surprised me. Wow, look at that V shape. Whew, man. That's the stuff the dreams are made of. If you can catch this short and caught that bottom. Ooh, man. My bias right now? My bias is keep your monkey butt out of the market. My gut is telling me to sit on my hands. Smart man, Storm. But man, I want to trade this report. Oh, paper trade it, brother. Paper trade the heck out of it. Remember, we still got that level up here of supply. The market may have picked up a lot of orders in here. And she might bring it up here to that supply where she can dump it on them. We'll see. NQ is eating stops. Yep. Got hourly equal lows on the ES, which might want to get tapped. You closed on a $1,300 loss. Sorry to hear that, brother. You're looking for a short soon? Yeah. Yep. 5 minutes. Here. Got zero news today besides the FOMC. Iran Deputy Foreign Minister Ravachi says Iran will respond if the U.S. joins Israel's war with Iran. The scariest thing about that statement is that there's probably a lot of sleeper cells in the U.S. and they can be activated at any time. That's the scariest part of it all. Conventional thinking will have you short here, and that's what'll create a lot of reason to continue going higher. Yeah, NQ's eating stops, and she'll keep eating them. As long as people keep shorting, she'll keep eating them. Look, right now we're about to have the 21 cross over the 100. We're technically going to get very bullish soon. So you guys think, a lot of people think here that this move is over because we've gone 91 points. This move could just be getting started. Remember, the same thing that applies on the way down applies for the way up. So when you start getting some bullish candles, buyer absorption candles above this, that is a good place to put a stop loss and ride that sucker with a trailing stop. So for instance, if we would have done that on our first indication here, here's the first indication of the crossover, right? We got the crossover. We're sitting patient, sitting patient, sitting patient. You guys might have been like, oh man, I missed it. Nope. Came back up. Seller absorption candle, followed by a red candle, right? Great opportunity to put in a short, stop loss up here, and then just trail. I mean, you would have got stopped here if you would have trailed, but I warned you guys that this is a flat top and they'll come back for liquidity here. But you could at least caught this. If you're patient, you would have kept your stop up here at break even maybe. Just kept trailing. Just kept trailing. And then you would have trail. Bang! Man, that's like a 200-point move. You can do the same thing. You do the same thing here. Wait for the yellow absorption candles. The first one, it could come, you know, in 30 minutes. It can come in an hour. And then you do the same thing. You trail on the way up. This is giving us a bearish indication here. We've got less than 2 minutes left before the news. Will she make it between the 22 and the VWAP again? This is going to be her sweet spot. She's going to want to be, I feel like she's going to want to be in here at 2 p.m. Call me crazy, but I think she's going to want to be in here. Because here is where everyone's going to try to pick sides. Don't follow me. It's a paper trade. Make sure you guys are not trading this if your prop firm does not allow you to trade news, because you could lose your account. This is probably red listed on all major prop firms. News comes out in 17 seconds, guys. Hold on tight. Hold on tight to your stop losses. I'm just kidding. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Wow, look at that. Oof, man, major pumpage. Major pumperoni. She's going to go to the 100. She's going to go up here. That was so fast I didn't even trigger my stop. This is a demo trade, guys, so don't get worried. I told you guys earlier this week that the week of FOMC we'll be trading evals mostly and some paper trades just to keep ourselves entertained. But wow, look at the pump. Look at that pump. They even got me. This looked like at least a pullback into 22,000, but she's going right into our supply level, right up in here. She'll keep going. So the news came out. We're staying flat. First move might be the false move, so keep that in mind. The supply may want to, they may want to tap into the supply first. Kept rates the same at 4.5, so he's not saying he's scared of Trump, but he's not saying he's not scared of him either. So the majority of people here guessed it correctly. 47% guessed that we will be staying the same. Hold on to your butts, says Storm. Yep. Stop losses had big slippage. Yeah. My paper trade probably got murdered on that. it probably stopped me out at like 22,080. That's hilarious. Yeah, now that now that she's done this, watch her possibly even go down. We got that supply level up in here. She may still push a little higher. What a blast off. Bobby blast off. We're just playing. I'm just playing around now, guys. Okay, just don't even think about following me on any of these. These are just forward testing. I'm just forward testing ideas here. More than likely get stopped here. Yep. She wants to go a little bit lower. Yeah, just like we thought about earlier. She'll whiplash up, whiplash down. Pop around in here until Powell speaks. Usually when you see an absorption candle like this followed by a big volume candle, they retrace them, but they don't go past here. But like I said, they're gonna grab everyone's stops, and then they'll come back in here and chop between 22 to the VWAP. Oh, nice. Wow, you crushed that long then, Sean. You were thinking of shorting? Yeah, that's what I told you guys. Be careful. I was on 6A. Good job aboard. I just blew my account. Great, now I'm broke. Oh, man. Yeah, Angelo. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. You got what's more important in trading is knowing when not to trade. Oh, nice, Sean. But shake it off, Angelo. Don't have that mentality, because you're gonna start putting too much pressure on yourself next time. Just take it as a lesson learned, man. Like, don't you think I wanted to, trade this possible short that I saw in the charts and make some money on it? But I did not. I just played around with paper trade here. And good thing I did, because the slippage on that would have been out of this world. So right now, look at the 21 and look at the 100 period VWAP. If it starts going sideways with each other, you have to implement your micro scalping abilities, because it'll probably chop. If it's sideways, it chops. Just be careful. Yeah, 5 evals is nothing, dude. I blew 9 one time just on FOMC, trying to think I could pass an eval at FOMC. Rigoberto, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Lucky for you, man. Lucky for you, brother. You've always got another opportunity, man. It's an eval. It wasn't your funded accounts. You guys, you got to take some risk. This is your business. You're going to take some risk and you're going to take some losses before you can make money. But this will be the biggest rewarding career you can ever think of. You could trade anywhere in the world. You can have total location freedom, but it's going to come at a price, man. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be very hard. I'm still not there myself, but I have faith that it'll work. A board says, I went back to trading currency futures a while ago because you can use the Dixie with predictability. Wow, really? Whereas like the at least the 18 months Dixie and the indices don't inverse correlate. Gotcha. 2K worth of evals? Yeah. Slow down, man. Slow down. do a lot of back testing. Then from the back testing, go to forward testing. Once you've figured out a great strategy, just implement that strategy over and over again and don't deviate. Yeah, just if you've been consistently unprofitable with evals, just stick to the paper trade, and then if you find consistency with that, don't change anything when you go back to an eval. Blew 4K worth of evals. Yeah, I was looking into Chipotle the other day. I reached out to Chipotle to see if they needed a helping hand. People that work retail make more money than day traders. Majority of day traders lose money. We'll get there, Smooth, says Nintendo. Yeah, we will. Yeah, load up on evals when they're 80 to 90% off. Wendy's Frosty sounding good right now. You guys are like, what's up, Oblizy? To me, it still hurts as much as live trade. I've traded to learn it. I keep destroying it. I swear I don't care if I... Nah, don't say that, Angelo. Listen, Angelo, we're going to pray for you today, man, because God does not want that for you, man. God does not want you to put trading on a pedestal. Your life should not revolve around trading. You want to become a better trader, Angelo? I'm going to give you the best tip you've ever get. And this is advice. Best way you can become a better trader is focus your energy. And you might be like, come on, man, I don't want to hear that right now, bro. I don't want to hear that. No. Focus your energy and attention on God and your relationship with Him, and you'll become a different person. You'll become more patient. You'll have more self-control. You'll have better discipline. God teaches you not to be greedy. That's one of the things He teaches. Do not be greedy. Have self-control. And if you can harness all those abilities by having a relationship with Him, being more calm, being more connected to Him, praying before, during, after your trading session, I'm telling you, man, you make a deal with the Lord and you say, God, help me with this. Help me with the skills I need, and I'll be a faithful servant, and I will tithe. All right, don't tell God that you're going to tithe if you're not going to. Okay, no matter what you make $100 or you make $100,000, you make a deal with God and you say, God, bless me, bless me. I want to help your kingdom, but you can't give with the expectancy to receive anything in return. Okay, you give to God because you have that connection with Him, because you love Him, and because your contribution to this world, to God's kingdom, might be financial. So if you tell God, look, I'm not a singer, I'm not a drummer, I'm not a blogger, I can't talk, I don't know how to preach, but I can donate to your kingdom. Talk to God and say, God, my heart is in the right place. I want to do things for you, and I want to do things for your kingdom. Help me. It's not going to happen right away. It ain't going to happen today or tomorrow. But if you continue to believe and you continue to work on your skills that you're lacking, because it's not that you don't know how to trade. You don't have the discipline, more than likely. You don't have the self-control. And all those things come by being more at peace and knowing that God is in control of everything. Now, I'm not saying He's going to make you win or lose your trades, but He will make you a more disciplined person, because to honor God is to have discipline, getting rid of bad habits like overeating, drinking alcohol, smoking, vaping, watching porn, lusting. If you can get rid of all those things in your life, they say, there's a saying that goes, how you do anything is how you do everything. So once you start to become that person, then you start to become a profitable trader, because you can't be a total sloth in your life outside of trading and you think you're going to come to the trading table and be successful. This ain't going to happen. You're going to be really awakened, and you're going to find out that $2,000 or $4,000 worth of evals is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. That's it, man. I'm telling you. So get close to God, man, and don't expect God to, snap His fingers in your ICT tomorrow, or Tory Trades, or Danny Trades. Those guys worked a long time. Those guys and gals worked a long time for their skills. ICT even had a one-on-one with the big man himself. So it'll take time, man. But yeah, that's all I can tell you, Angelo. And your life is worth more than a P&L or a payout. Your life is infinitely valuable. Thank you, Publizi. I appreciate you, brother. Tomorrow we'll be back testing at around the same time, 9:15. No, God is always listening, man. If you weren't here earlier from when I told you guys the story about my daughter, God's always listening, dude. It's us who don't listen. God's always talking. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Let me tell you a story, Angela. So when you trust in God, you know God has your back, right? You know God has your back. You trust in God. Do not worry about money, because in the Bible it says that do not worry about anything, because if I'm able to dress the flowers and feed the birds, what more would I do for you? God's got your back, bro. God's got your back. When I left my first career, when I first, I was like 20 some years old, I used to own a barbershop, and I sold my barbershop because I wanted to get into real estate, but I didn't have any clients. I was 23. I think I was 23, 22. I think I was about 22. I was 22 years old. Didn't have any clients. I was young. Not even my own friends and family trusted me with business. And I got into real estate. My first year, I barely made any money at all. And I went full time, dude. I sold my barbershop, and I would cut hair at night at my house. And I was barely making any money. There were times when I'd go to a sandwich shop to get lunch, and I didn't even know if my credit card was going to work. I didn't know if I had enough money for a sandwich, dude. I didn't know. But I had faith that what I wanted to do was so important to me, and that I knew I was going to get to where I wanted to go, because I loved it that much, and I was going to be patient for it. I didn't care if it took a year. I didn't care if it took 2 years, 3 years. I didn't care how long it took. But I always knew that God had my back from day one, dude. I always knew God had my back. And all the glory to him. My second year, I ended up making over 6 figures. And then fast forward my real estate career, I ended up opening 3 real estate companies. And the third one I launched ended up being the fastest growing real estate company in my entire state when I was running it between 2016 and 2020. So God will move mountains with you, dude, as long as you have faith that you will get there. Now, granted, trading is probably the hardest thing to master, because it's not the trading you have to master, it's yourself. So if you can do that, dude, God's got your back. There'll be times when you feel like you ain't gonna have it, but somehow you pull through and you make it. You know, my credit card ended up working that day, thank God. You know, there were times when I hired my first admin, my first office manager, I should say, my first operations manager, and she said, I always look at your books when I was in real estate. She's like, I always look at your books, and I get nervous towards the end of the month because I always think you're not going to have enough money to cover all the expenses. She's like, but somehow, some way, at the end of every month, somehow you always end up having enough to cover the expenses. And I laughed, and I was like, yeah, you didn't know? I was like, God and I, we have an agreement. God and I have an agreement that I work hard and I don't worry about money, and I glorify his name, and he'll provide. So there's never been a time that I haven't been able to feed myself or my family, thank God. There's never been a time where I've never been able to pay my bills, thank God. There's been times I've asked for help, don't get me wrong, but I've had loved ones in my corner that have been able to help. But you will be able to do it, brother. But if you have that mindset that my life is over and I don't even want to live, I want to die, then you're going to fail. You're going to fail because you're letting trading beat you and win, and you're thinking that it's an impossibility to do. The thing you have to remember is that the only thing impossible is to be able to beat yourself. Most people cannot beat themselves. So you got to be really hard on yourself, man. You got to take the road less traveled. You got to really, really be disciplined when it comes to, look, I wanted to be trading today. I've got $300 up I'm up almost $300 on my live account. I only need $300 more for a payout. Was I tempted to take another trade today? Absolutely. I wanted to take another trade today and be like, oh, I only need 300 more. I only need 300 more. Can you guys see that? Is it switching over? No, we're not switching over. All right, let me show you. Look, I have almost 300 bucks. I need 300 more bucks. You see that right here? I just need $300 more to get a payout. I could have traded this today, and I still might if I find something good, but I haven't. I got this eval here, up $700 today. I could have traded this more, but I didn't. Kept it cool. I said, you know, today's going to be a rough one. We're just going to paper trade. And you got to be I'm not saying that I'm disciplined. I'm still working on my discipline. That's why I always encourage you guys, hey, join our stars program, because if you join our stars program, you'll at least have an accountability group that you can bounce your day off of. You know, if you go to our Discord and you become a part of our stars program, you're gonna have a little section right here called Stars Legacy, and then we're gonna have end of day. You post everything that happened to you that day, and then everyone here gives you a thumbs up, or they tell you, hey man, it's okay, you'll bounce back. It's a good little community. It's a small little community. We have small groups. It's not. Sorry, I forgot we're not changing screens right now. Right here we have an accountability group. We just post our end of the day progress, and then people just come back and give you positive feedback, or they tell you, you know you'll get it next time, or share insights on what's worked for them. But I'm telling you, man, this trading thing is not easy, but it sure is gonna be worth it. Yeah, Kevin Copeland he's good, man. He doesn't need it anymore. He's got a private jet. Yeah, so there you go. Today was a wake-up call, Angelo. Today is possibly this for you. I know this might be kind of cheesy, but this might be you right now. This is you today, at the very bottom. All right, and it'll never be this bad again. You know, there's only one place to go when you feel the way you do today, brother. Okay, next time, be more controlled. Have real rules. Like I have rules: 2 trades on my live account per day. If I lose both of them, I'm done. If I win both of them, I'll keep trading until I have 1 loss, and then I'm done. So if you have set in stone rules, then you might actually make it, man. But if you can't, then you're just gonna self-sabotage. Oh yeah. Now, God knows how you are without money. He knows how you're gonna be with money. So if you're not generous beforehand, He knows you're not gonna be generous afterwards. All right, so we're getting that chop until the next 11 minutes or so, until Papa Powell starts speaking. He's gonna spit that fire. He's gonna be like, screw Donald Trump. I ain't scared of him. That's what he's gonna say. I know he is. I know he's gonna say that. Yeah, Papa Powell will be on pretty soon. We'll wait for him to jump on here. Market's gonna go bananas pretty soon. Yeah, we just missed that little level there, didn't we? It went right up to the 618 again now. It went right up to that 618 level. It's just funny, I just realized we came down to 382. You guys are wondering what I'm talking about. I pulled a fib this morning. From the high to the low. We got a couple interesting levels. We had the golden pocket here. The golden pocket worked like a charm, man. Repelled that price down. And then we came back down and retested the we retested the 236. I thought it was the 382. And we retested the 236 and came back up. Interesting levels. Would have made for a nice long from there. Very interesting. A limit order at the 236 would have given you 7 points of heat. Not too bad. we got a lot of comments in here. You're good, Raul. Don't worry, man. Aboard says used to own a barbershop. That's an interesting plot twist for Smooth Trader. Assuming Smooth is also a shaved head reference. I used to have hair until I had my kids. I went to Bible school for 9 months last year. Came home after a missions trip and started trading. It felt like I was in dry season. Then within last month, God spoke, don't give into trading 4 times. I felt like it was like I was in a dry season when then within last month, God spoke, don't give into trading. What do you mean by don't give into trading? Like don't quit? That is really good, Mr. Shop. Lord can do anything. He gave me confirmations more than I thought he could speak. He's unlimited and sovereign. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Tony. I appreciate you saying that. I don't see the end of the day channel. I don't know what that means, Kyle. God always makes a way. He says his thoughts towards us are good thoughts to bring us into expected end. Having explicit faith in him, even in the midst of the storms, he's still those storms of life. Yeah. Amen. The platform is called X. Welcome. Best thing about Dunning-Kruger is after the peak of the Mount Stupid, which is where most people think it's easy, it ends. And the valley of despair is the slope of enlightenment. And finally, the plateau of sustainability. Powell will not say that Smooth. You don't think he'll say that about Trump? I have to say, when my mom died, I realized how the Lord always provided for her through thick and thin. Always a roof over her head, food on the table, and clothes on her back. Trust in him and you will be cared for. Absolutely. Finally out of my NQ. Wrong? Really? They kicked you out? That's funny. Mo didn't get out willingly. They had to kick him out. They said to Mo, you don't got to go home, but you got to get out of here. Where is the end of the day channel at in your Discord? Oh, you're not going to see it unless you become a... You're not going to see it unless you join the STARS program, and then Hermana. Right now, the only thing you'll be able to post in is in the P&L section, which is... There's a P&L section right now. Let's see where it is. Info, circle my indicators, friends, the hut. Post your P&L right here. You'll be able to post in the P&L section, but once you become a star, you got to go here to the under announcements, go to stars program, and let Hermana know that you want to join. Just says, hey, I'm interested. Put a thumbs up, anything you want. Hermana will reach out to you. He's our head mod, and then he'll put together the small group for you, and then you will have your own channel. You will have your own section that'll look something like this. You see, we have Legacy Squad. That's the original crew that started the first small group. We're working right now on the Centennial Squad. That'll be the next group that'll go in. And yeah, we'll keep growing the community like that. And then once one of you guys graduates from Centennial Squad, we'll ask you to help us run another squad, and so on and so forth. We'll keep helping each other, keep growing the community, and hoping hope we can change a lot of lives through this. One person helps the other. Iron sharpens iron, as they say. So you have to first go to STARS program and tell them right here, I'm interested, and then you'll be good to go. Keep going to the wrong place. Oh, no worries, Mr. Shop. Yes, don't quit. Okay, beautiful, man. I used to have hair until I got my kids. I feel you, man. Since projector feel good. It's funny. I had many doubts, and he kept reminding me not to quit on trading. Yeah, I feel the same way. X platform is the same as Project X. Yeah, it is. But God, keep the show going for the public. They need their opium. Yeah, we're about to get that Papa Pal. The mangoes? Yeah, I'll show you guys some of the mangoes, man. They look great. Alright, yeah, we got Papa Pal jumping on pretty soon on the mic. Yeah, he's a savage. Papa Pal is a savage, man. I don't think we need this trend line anymore. So what we are doing right now is we're creating a wedge. Thing about wedges is funny is that the first breakout is usually a fake out. So once we start doing some of this, if it goes up first, it's probably going to come down. If it goes down first, it's probably going to go up. So watch out for that. Yeah, let me go grab one. Alright guys, here we go. We're about to get Mango 101. Alright, so check this out. I had a slice last night of this one. This is a regular looking mango right here. This is already when it's ripened. I put a little plastic on it, and they're so delicious, man. I mean, this is what I had a slice of it last night. Nice. This is just a regular mango, right? Then you have these small ones that are very, very sweet. These things, super sweet. They look ugly on the outside, but I'm telling you, they're so darn good. Now, check this out. You can feed a family with these. Look at the size of these mangoes. This one's still not ripe.
My colleagues and I remain
Once they ripen up,
on achieving our
they look like this. Huge, dude. Like the size of my head. The size of these things.
For the benefit of the American
Crazy, man. I mean, I'm telling you, these are all from the yard, the neighbor's yard. The neighbor sometimes gives us mangoes. Yeah, I gotta put these back because they're gonna take up my entire space on my computer. They're huge.
Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments.
All right, Papa Pal's talking. Let's scooch on over.
5% last year. GDP was reported.
Let's see what Papa Pal has to say.
First quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, as we call them, which excludes net
Can you guys hear him okay?
inventory investment and government spending,
I mean, if you can hear him all right.
grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded
Yeah, they're huge.
from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 135,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate, at 4.2%, remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual-mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end of next year and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March projection. These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted, uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy, strategy, and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
He's lying. He ain't looking forward to that.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services, have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more, and we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And our job is to make sure, one of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Hi, and thanks, Chair. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjust it over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you end at a higher rate at 2027 than you would have in the prior 4 months. Is that a result of the sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term.
So James,
I think as you get out to the later years,
yeah, it looks that way.
it's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely. And then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time.
What's up, Mikhail?
What you see is an accumulation of individual
Good to see you too, brother.
You say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that. They do. So, and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the world will be
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down. And that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you. Chris Regaber, Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data, including this morning, that have been pretty weak. Do you see any concerns that the economy is weakening and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do of course monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5–2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic developments, and for now, and we'll be watching the data carefully.
Well, just quickly on, given that there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario? What kind of odds do you see of that scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And, you know, we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time. But it does reflect, you know, if you see somebody writing down, a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecast are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and they haven't. And we will see whether to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And, you know, meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And, of course, there are many developments ahead. You know, even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and it's I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you share that?
Yeah, what you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But, you know, the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. You know, as you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff. But together, they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict. And we haven't been through a situation like this, and I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data. And again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
Nick Tamarosa, the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts and they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down, more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things, and I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
If you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just wait a couple of months or however long it takes to get a sense of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects on spending and on hiring and all those things.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults in your direction, and I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from some of the legal implications of that, whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until your term is up, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall Street, on consumers, about the outlook for the economy.
Okay. From my standpoint, it's not complicated. What everyone on the FOMC wants is a good, solid American economy with strong labor market and price stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned right now to deliver that and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us. Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on as governor when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Andrew.
Savage.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess with workplace rates increasing, picking up significantly, what kind of effect would that have on the labor market?
Sorry, with what picking up?
Workplace rates.
So you're asking immigration?
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply is diminishing because the immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SEP that you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
So the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into, into discussions about specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. Pardon me. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're going to do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we talked at a high level.
We did a bump
number
before
of
the
ideas. The SEP is part of it. Many other ideas. It's sort of how do we think our communications can be improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really, it was a great conversation. A number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really that only implement things that have very broad support. And also you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do.
I think we're going down, guys.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decisions based on data instead of speculation. You've said today the inflation data is in a good
that man
place.
some water.
We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December, and there was still the
Mo, consider yourself lucky for being taken out of your trade.
What made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today, and you didn't cut today?
Well, the forecast for inflation in December was 2.5. Core PCE.
You credit my CD.
The forecast was 2.5%, which was a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before we had any idea of what the actual policy.
I think he's got a nervous tick.
We've learned that tariffs are.
Has he got a nervous tick, or the man needs some water because he swallowed a fly?
Generally thought, and our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other, well-resourced forecasting operations. So, what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming, and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened, and so you saw 2.5% forecast in December. You saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher inflation for 2025, and that's a big part of the change, and that's due to the effects of the tariffs that are we don't know where they're going to land, but it's
talking in circles.
Land higher than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans, small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Well, I mean, we're trying to restore price. The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation on a durable, sustainable basis. That, and also maximum employment. If we restore those things, that's the best thing, and that is our goal. The best thing we can do for the American people, for households and businesses, that is the ultimate thing that we can deliver. And they can make their decisions without having to think about inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all the way down. They're not very high, let's be honest. I would say policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now restrictive. If you look at the economy, it's not performing as though it were performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restrictive. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing services, which are the other two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what we're doing, and I think we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now. And inflation is 2.3% headline inflation over a 12-month basis. So it's a good economy and a solid economy with decent growth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months.
Good job, Sambi.
And this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain in the second half of the year?
I'm not saying that at all. From our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting a pretty significant, everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs, because someone has to pay for the tariffs. And it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned, between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind, or just the consumer buying it. And all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost, but ultimately the cost of the tariff has to be paid, and some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say, that's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming, and we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that, so you spent years there talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean, your monetary policy has to be forward-looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking. I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. If you know, at the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult. So, of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this, and they understand how they're going to go, and it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say. So again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
Thank you. I'm Aaron Moakley with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said no. And I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we do. We work hard. But I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought, that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it, again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions. And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're going to hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
Where's the Trump questions? Get the Trump questions.
Claire Jones from the Financial Times. As you're no doubt aware, the Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, so we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous, and so we actually really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy, and that the effects will be at the margin. I expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next meeting. We'll make an estimate, but it's not a major
Gold's
thing.
dumping.
It's nothing that we discuss.
Oh Lord!
It may have been mentioned a couple of times, but as something that's coming in. But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome.
Bitcoin's
yet,
dumping
so hard to be real
too.
specific.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios.
Chair
There's
Powell.
been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks. Worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
Two things. One, the data we get right now, we can do our jobs. I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see, layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, from our standpoint, and I think the standpoint of businesses and governments and everyone, having really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps, just doesn't help the Fed, it helps the government, it helps Congress, it helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that, because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult, and it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review. But next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this. How do you ensure that this framework will actually be durable?
The framework document goes back to 2012, and it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And we used to renew it every year. Now we do it every 5 years. So, but I don't think I've never heard anyone raise this issue that a new chair might want to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that affecting at all who you're consulting with?
Not at all. Not in any way.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices this year have helped drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East. How are you thinking about how the Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation, and what lessons were learned during the 2022 period when another conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, sent oil and gas prices skyrocketing?
So, of course, we're watching, like everybody else is, what's going on. I really don't have any comment on that. Possible that we'll see higher energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you may see a spike in energy prices, but it tends to come down. Those things don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although, of course, in the 1970s, they famously did, because you had a series of very, very large shocks. But we haven't seen anything like that now. The U.S. economy is far less dependent on foreign oil than it was back in the 1970s. So, but there.
Yeah.
A quick follow-up. I've just got to ask you about artificial intelligence. Some technology executives have
BTC's going up
been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of entry-level jobs
Gold's still
and
dumping.
significantly increase the unemployment rate. I'm wondering how concerned you are, if at all, about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will AI be more augmenting labor or replacing labor? And I wouldn't, we all see those announcements, including one today. I wouldn't, overread a couple of data points, because, AI should be creating jobs at the same time. It may be replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with it, with AI, will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is. And it's just a different thing. So I think this is something that certainly has transformational potential. And probably we're in the very early stages of it. They say what you're seeing now compared to what you'll see in 2 years is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. Of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more productive. And there are those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum, white collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that, but this is going to be a very important question for some time.
Thank you. Greg Rapp from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could step back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that the U.S. economy and the global economy is going through this profound change, akin to the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s. And don't you owe the American people some sort of explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to like change how the dollar movements of the dollar was impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? That, you know, are you having to change how you do monetary policy? Is it that fundamental a change underway? Thanks.
It's certainly a time of real change. You know, from a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint, you see this not just here but everywhere. So there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. I mean, but and it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And you know, these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. You know, will it be? There have been many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. You know, AI could cut in the very other direction. AI could make people much more productive and push in the other direction. I don't know though. So, but you're right. But honestly, our focus is a much more practical one, and that is how do we keep inflation low and employment high in the near term. That's really what we're about.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. What is the view about the growing amount of slack in the job market, including the softening in payrolls, the forecast of a modest rise in the unemployment rate, and the ability of workers to demand wage hikes or not in this environment where you have inflation surging?
You don't really see unemployment going up. You don't see increased slack really. I mean, at the margin, remember you're at 4.2% unemployment. That was for many years. That was an extremely low level. It happens to have come up off of an even lower level as we came out of the pandemic. We were as low as 3.4%, but 4.2% is probably at the low end of estimates of the longer run, sustainable level of natural rate of unemployment. So I guess I wouldn't agree with that. And also, in terms of wages, you know, real wages after inflation have been moving up sort of more than was consistent with 2% inflation. They're still moving up at a healthy clip, and I think much more consistent with 2% inflation given a reasonable assessment of trend productivity. So it's a pretty good labor market. You know, you're right that the level of job creation has come down, but so has the supply of workers, the change in the supply, the new supply.
Not too many orders on the books right now.
You've seen the unemployment rate remain pretty stable at 4.2. It's been as high as 4.3, but you know, those are good numbers. So it's a pretty good labor market. The more concerning thing is there are not a lot of layoffs, but there are not a lot of job creation. The number, if you're out of work, it's hard to find a job, but very few people are being laid off at this point. So that's an equilibrium we watch very carefully, because if there were to be significant layoffs and the job finding rate were to remain this low, you would have an increase in unemployment fairly quickly. But that hasn't happened. It really hasn't happened. The U.S. economy has defied all kinds of forecasts for it to weaken, really over the last 3 years. And it's been remarkable to see just again and again when people think it's going to weaken out. Eventually it will, but we don't see signs of that now.
I'm going to Jean for the last one. Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are no forecasts for rates to rise or even to stay where they are next year, given that the projection for inflation is to rise to 3%, and there's a lot of there's some skepticism over whether those price hikes will be a one-time event?
So there are a number of people on the committee who wrote down no cuts this year, but some cuts next year. So, I think, people are writing down their most likely path, right? They're not saying there's zero possibility of other things. Really, it's think of it as the least unlikely path in a situation like this where uncertainty is very high. I think, again, people write down their rate paths, and they do not have like a really high conviction that this is exactly what's going to happen over the next 2 years. No one feels that way about their rate path. They feel like, what am I going to write down? I mean, what would you write down? It's not easy to do that with confidence. So I would just say it that way. We don't rule things in or out. Certainly a hike is not the base case at all. It's not something people are writing down. But in the meantime, we do the best we can with these forecasts, and I think they're representative of the different forecasts and different reaction functions that people on the committee have. So thank you very much. Thanks.
No Trump questions, no direct Trump questions at least. All right. Get ready, guys. Get ready. Here comes the action. Here comes the action, or the fake outs. Let's see, let's see. All right, she's pumping right now. She's pumpy. Let's go right to VWAP. She took the VWAP. 2010 is your first partial, then hold it. Jabbar says shared. San says shared in Discord. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we get here. All right. We had that wedge, where we got the fake out first, and then the real move after. It's like we spoke about earlier. Falling wedgie, expanding wedgie, bearish megaphone. Man, we could get a breakout back up to this supply level, back up to 100 high a day. We'll see. We'll see here. All right, guys, let's see what we get. Possibly we can get a rollover, maybe. I like the way you guys are thinking. We're at the 618 golden pocket area right now. We got that golden pocket area right here. Right there. We got a monsoon outside right now. It's pouring, literally pouring. It's nice when it rains like this in the afternoon. So Papa Pal didn't really say much, talking in circles. And I'm sure the reporters were told, if you ask one question about Trump, this will be your last time here. We will never let you in here again. So they try to skate around it by asking him, will you still be here next term? Well, you might not be here. Yeah, they know what the real questions. Trump's talking right now?
And I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the
Uh-oh.
hands of Iran?
He is talking.
And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really do it, but he sort of didn't like that. And I said, well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight, and maybe it'll end
Talking about the
up
war now?
very quickly.
Wow.
But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, because the entire world will blow up. We're not going to let that happen.
Mr. President, you had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day at the G7, it sounded like.
He's a nice guy. Look, he said I was going back home to make a
Wow.
ceasefire.
Trump's talking now, man.
Not a ceasefire. We're long
This
beyond
might get
ceasefire.
pretty ugly.
And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use. Because a ceasefire means like everything's going swimmingly, we'll take a little time off. It's not. We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon. So I thought it was a very badly worded statement by him, and obviously I let him know that.
On the southern border, you've had record low numbers for the month of May, 95 apprehensions, 0 releases, compared to that of the previous administration exactly a year ago, so more than 60,000 releases. What do you attribute that success to?
I like you. Who knows? Well, they're very good. Turning point.
Not fake news.
Charlie, very good. See, that's what I call a good question, fella. 1 out of 10, John. 1 out of 10, but that's a really good question.
Took that short here.
We had record good numbers on the border. And people are coming in, but they have to come in legally. Like some of these guys behind me, they have to come in legally. And if they come in legally, we
Stop
want
the
them.
break
They have to
even,
say they
stop
love
in profits.
America, they love our country.
TP at the Daily
Open.
Open.
That, we don't want them.
I think we're going to get an asset
Thank you
spill.
very much. Very nice. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, that's it? Oh, okay.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. Nice to Pulitzer Prize. Fella, hey, Doug, take a good picture. Pulitzer Prize winner. New York Times Pulitzer Prize. The Times is the bad part.
All right, there you have it. That was President Trump as he was speaking in the Oval Office. And as you heard, a lot of questions.
We hit the 618 and we had bearish candles on the bearish candles here on the Renkos.
And one thing he did mention is that the Iranian officials, the high-ranking
We had some bearish candles on the Renkos. We had some delta traps in here. And we hit the 618 on the Fibonacci's. So a bunch of reasons why.
Updated as always with up-to-the-minute information right here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out to this live image right here that we do have over Tel Aviv at this hour, as we know that sirens were once again sounding just hours ago as there were more missiles that were fired by Iran into Israel. There was at least one injury that was reported, and it did sound as though it was a minor injury, but for the most part,
TP right now.
It appears that there are no serious incidents, casualties, anything as a result of that.
Vengeance is mine, and said the Lord. Is that negotiable?
Iran into Israel. Now, Israel saying that it
Definitely
did
not.
continue to strike those military sites over in Tehran earlier today as well. That was hours before Iran did launch that retaliatory strike there on Israel. Again, as I've mentioned, we will keep you posted right here as we have those developments on Live Now from Fox. Also do want to take you out once again to this live image over in Massachusetts as we did get the verdict a short time ago in the Karen Reed retrial. We do know that there...
All right. So the Renkos gave us a nice indication right here. Plus we had a bunch of delta traps in here. If you can see a delta trap there. Another little delta trap right here. So a series of delta traps in here showing us that they wanted the trap traders long. And remember, we pulled that fib on the regular chart. And we had a golden pocket right there at the VWAP. And that's another reason we're at the VWAP. So a lot of indications there for that short. Lots of reasons for that short. Well, yeah, I'll make a video about the Renko. And I'm going to backtest tomorrow with the Renko. If you guys want to join me tomorrow, I'll be backtesting with the Renko. You guys will learn a lot about the Renko tomorrow. While I'm backtesting, I'll probably record it and I'll make a video out of that. If you can't make it tomorrow, but I will be backtesting the Renko strategy tomorrow. But this is looking pretty heavy. Pretty heavy for sure. For sure. Where's she going, Jabbar? She's going somewhere. You guys think she's gonna follow this megaphone that we've been creating here? Creating that megaphone. Back to the daily open. Remember, we still got that liquidity up there at 100. me take a look at the book map and see if there's anything on there. Book map is heating up down at 912 and 950. Yeah, baby. Almost done. Okay, we'll be done in the next like 20 minutes. We'll be done. Want to say hi? What?
My hair's kind of.
Oh, your hair's a messy? Okay. All right.
Do you think it's gonna go up or down?
Right now?
I
Let's see.
think you should buy right now.
Buy right now? All right, let's take the long. We'll take the long on your call.
Because it's
Stop loss, right? There's 2 green, huh?
Yes.
All right, let's see if we clean up these imbalances because of you. Let's see if you're right. Oh no, it's going down. Bye, 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 says Mo. My friend Mo says bye, bye, bye. Catalina called it.
We still got a chance. We still got a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Maybe.
Let's see, baby.
Everyone have to have at least a little bit of faith.
Little faith goes a long way.
Is it going up?
It is. So it's in the green. It's going up. 110, 140.
I think we got it. I think it's gonna go.
Let's see, let's see.
Papa,
Yeah, baby?
did you tell the people on your live stream what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I told them what happened to you. They love the story, baby. All right, see if we get this push into the 976s.
Come on,
Let's go.
No, go up, go up, go up, go up. It's going down.
Nah, give it some time. Give it a minute.
Papa,
Yeah, baby.
how do you not have gray hairs everywhere?
I do have gray hairs. You just can't see them.
This is so stressful.
It's stressful.
You don't know what's
Oh,
going
you're
up
funny.
and down.
Yeah, you don't. Locking that profit. Let's see. That's my daughter. It's not my wife. We'll move our TP into profits. It'll be 20 doll hairs in profit. Let's see if we get that push. Let's get that push.
We go up.
Let's get that push, baby. Come on. She may want to clean up these imbalances up all the way to 75, 975.
I think it's gonna go up.
Yeah, it's going up.
It's green.
Let's
It's
try.
Light green, light green.
Let's try.
We just jinxed it.
Be patient. You're on patty 1. Lock in some more profits in case it comes down. So either way, you're going to make 220 or you're going to make 1,000. Which other? One or the other.
Wait, you can make 1,000?
You can make as much as you want, baby.
Oh my gosh.
That's how That's how the market works.
Oh, no.
Yeah, too bad. You only made 220.
You could have made 1,000.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like the market right now is trying to clean up these imbalances and could roll over. Could roll over. Could roll over. If she does roll over, what would she want? Overnight lows. We've got those overnight lows right here at 21,863. She might be making a beeline for those now. Oh well, give me a few minutes. She's funny. Yeah, so right now the Renkos are still looking bullish, so we'll wait. Right now there is no indication for the short. Would have made that G note for her right there. Nice. Yeah, too bad we moved our stop into profits too soon. You guys like this song. You guys like this song. I've been asked to play this song over and over. Come on, baby. Come on, NQ. What are we going to do next? So she's either going to want to go for 21,862, that overnight low, or she's going to want to go for that liquidity at 22,100. One or the other. We're looking at that. Just ordered me a new monitor. NR4 is on its way. Nice, man. That will help with having a bit more that I can see. Yeah. You know, they say more monitors, more profits. Didn't you guys know that? More monitors, more profits, baby. Looks like a continuation at the moment. We made it past the golden pocket. If we continue going higher. 4K 32 inch screen is the best monitor, says John D. John D. Rockefeller. .42-inch 4K. Wow, man. You guys got some big monitors. I got 327s. Making me feel like I'm a peasant here. Do, 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 do. 22K is back on the chopping block. John D runs 6. Wow, man. He ain't missing a beat. You're not missing a beat, brother. Alright, so far so good to the upside. I don't see a move back down in the cards yet. YouTube is 3 minutes delayed on you. Hit the refresh or hit the live button at the bottom left. Hit the little live button or the little live, the word that says live. If you hit the word that says live right next to the play button, it'll jump to the most recent. You want 2 more? That's crazy. Cogwheel and 2x speed. Yeah, the cogwheel. 2x speed. You can catch up that way too. Alright, this is looking like an absorption candle forming right now. It's not confirmed yet though. Not confirmed yet. We did see a delta trap on this. On the Renko, we see a delta trap. I don't have the confirmation on the candle yet. I'm waiting. You gotta be patient. Sometimes the market is trying to set bear traps or any kind of trap. So right now we got to think like the market makers. Do they want to go to the overnight lows or do they want to go to 22,100? That is the question. You know, they fool us here with these moves, man. They do. They really do. Right now the 21 is under the 100 period VWAP. So technically it is still bearish. Technically speaking. Speaking in technicalities. We got that 350 algorithm coming up in 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. That 350 algo could shake things up. And you guys got a lot of monitors. That's probably what I need. Bad number? What do you mean by bad number? What's the short? That's a lot of monitors, man. You guys must be crushing it with 6. You make 6 times the profits. Just inching our way up. Very uneventful post FOMC. Usually we get some action, but this one's kind of muted. Another tap of the 22 maybe? Another tap of the 22. Might be some profit taking here. Might be some profit taking here. Yeah, I think it's going to be a slow Friday too. It'll probably be a super chop fest. We might just eval trade on Friday. We'll see if the short is in play. We'll have a tight stop right here, just short of 22. If it wants to go to 22, it'll probably keep going. Might keep going. We had a bearish indication on our Renkos, so I'm trying to see if, even though we have so much liquidity here, we have 22, we have the VWAP. Yeah, that wants to go higher. Wants to go higher. All right, so that bearish indication is getting absorbed right now. That was just a good tight stop though. So if you're wrong, you want to be wrong right away. You don't want to be wrong like an hour later. You want to be wrong right away. Small stop. You tap that 22. Yeah, too early for a short is right. I was just testing something because on the Renkos I saw an absorption candle. So I wanted to see what would happen. I saw two things. I saw this delta trap, and then I saw these purple absorption candles being formed here. Wanted to test it out. Wanted to see if maybe it would give us something interesting. But I do agree, it's a little short. It's a little soon for a short. She may want to go to that 22,100. I think I got whatever Powell had. I think Powell made me contagious. Thank you. I need 6 more screens for that, John D. I gotta get 6 more screens, baby. Then we'll get the QQQs and the STDs up. Maybe another absorption candle here. Possibly getting another absorption candle. We'll see in just a moment. She might just squeeze her way higher too. That's absorption. Let's see if it works this time. It could still not work, but that's absorption. We're testing something out here, forward testing. Don't follow me on any of these trades, obviously. This is for entertainment purposes only. My trade should not be considered financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. Therefore, enjoy the entertainment. Let's see. I think we're going to go overnight low ski. I really do. Where else would she go? What's up, Azad? I'm doing great, brother. How about you, man? Good to see you. I am new. Nice to see you, brother. Don't block your 4 monitors. What am I doing? Am I doing something wrong? Let's see if this is what she actually wants. I am coming from concert UFC. Nice, brother. Did you enjoy? Mock, sorry. Oh, don't mock your 4. Nah, I'm just kidding, man. You guys know I'm always messing around. I ain't trying to ever hurt anyone's feelings. Oh. One day I want to be like that guy who walked into his trading room and he had monitors on every square inch of his walls, everywhere. Oh, you didn't get an autograph from Jake Paul? Oh no, that's not. I'm thinking WWE. UFC, who was fighting? Who fought? I don't know how I made that. I don't know how I made that mistake. UFC legend, nice, brother. What country are you in, Azad? Looks like she still may want to go higher here, guys. I'm like 50-50 right now in this trade. Looks like she may still want to go higher. If we can break this level here at 21,969 to the downside, then I'll move her to break even. But right now, it looks like she still may want to go higher. We'll find out in less than 2 minutes here. Once we get that 350 algorithm candle, the MOC candle. Azerbaijan. Oh wow, man. I've heard of it. I just can't pronounce it well. I've heard of it. Azerbaijan. I think I'm saying it correctly, but I know other people have said it way better than me. Yeah, it looks like we might be getting pushed higher. Is that in the Middle East? Am I right about it? Okay. Is there any countries nearby or cities nearby I would have heard of? Is that like by Dubai or something? Sounds like it's somewhere in the Arab world. Near Turkey and Russia. Okay. Okay, got it, man. Beautiful, brother. We got people all over the world, man. That's awesome. God is good. God is good. All right, we're looking to see if this trade is actually going to go in this direction. 21.9. If this market really wants, or 350 algorithm. Oh no! 350 algorithm. Come on, baby. Don't go up, go down. Man, that was a wrecking of a candle. So this market is either going to want to try to sweep this liquidity to the downside or to the upside before the end of the day. Still not sure where, because we're literally in the middle of the trading. We're right in the middle of the trading action anyway. The VWAP is right here. So she could still go up or down. Either one's very possible. I'm in Naples, Florida, man. It's pretty cool here. She's still absorbing to the downside. Yeah, Mr. Shop. Sarasota, huh? Yeah, my buddy lives in Sarasota too. My old pastor. I still consider him my pastor, but yeah, he's in Sarasota too. Sarasota. Oh, you got a friend in Naples, plays golf? There you go. I love Naples beaches. Yeah, they're really nice. Sometimes I forget how beautiful it is here until I go to the tourist area and I see people from all over the world and they just come here for the beaches because it's really beautiful, the beaches here. And I forget how lucky I am to live in such a beautiful city. White Sands, yeah. Got friends in Cape Coral? Gotta watch out for those guys, man. The Cape Coral guys and Fort Myers guys. Yeah, man. Shady characters, man. So I'm just kidding. Now, I bought a couple of properties in Cape Coral and tried to flip them. The market tanked on me, though, as soon as we bought them. But yeah, Cape Coral is pretty cool. There's some real nice areas in Cape Coral. Fort Myers also. Fort Myers is a cool downtown. Cape Coral's been hit hard. I don't watch WWE. I used to watch it when it was WWF. That shows you how old I am, Azad. Man, we're about to get almost 2,000 views today. That'd be beautiful if we did. That's awesome. More of a vanity number, but it'd be, you know, it's not often we get 2,000 views, but we've been here all day. What do I don't, you know, if I was to watch anything, to be honest with you, I like boxing still when you have a good boxing match. And I would be open to watching UFC, but I'm not, I don't watch too much TV. When I do, it's probably educational stuff like trading stuff or other stuff. I used to like basketball a lot, but it got so political. Basketball players want to be activists. Just play basketball and keep your mouth shut. If you know what's good for you. I miss the days when players like Jordan and Ewing and Pippen and Karl Malone and all those guys, he just played, man. You didn't hear anything about them except for having affairs. That was it. Shut up and dribble. My childhood was very fantastic. I watched WWE and Raw. Yeah, those are good days. John Cena days, The Rock days, right? Rey Mysterio, Triple H. It was really good. Yeah, my wife hits me with the John Cena elbow drop sometimes. She still quotes him. Can you do me solid and put the software you use for screen recording and equipment be able to stream? I want to record myself trading. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's called OBS. You download it. You can watch the video on YouTube on how to download it, but you can download it for free. It's completely free. You don't have to pay anything for it. You need a computer that is somewhat powerful, though. I would say, you know, something with like an i9 or like a Mac, a recent Mac, something like a new Mac Mini or a new Mac or a strong PC to run it. OBS, totally free. Streamlabs also has something. That's correct. I remember I collected cards. I miss all those days. Yeah, I miss all those days too, man. Those simple days, man. In Discord? What do you mean? You want me to post it in Discord? Just look up OBS on how to install OBS on YouTube, and you'll see exactly how to do it. Man, these Renkos don't lie, man. Men lie, women lie, Renkos don't lie. Yeah, now it's time to earn real money. It's the 355 algo now, guys. Careful, careful. I wonder if she'll give us a ripper here at 4 o'clock. Or she'll maybe go up. Who knows? No worries, Gifted Kings. She might go up. Let's see. We'll stay the course. If we get stopped, we get stopped. No biggie. Flat top being created here. Big volume candle right now, just hit to the downside on the Renko. Very big volume candle. This should either bring us down to Hades, or if this gets absorbed, we'll probably come higher. Right now it looks like it's being absorbed. All right, so she is getting kind of heavy. We start getting green candles, though, she might go higher. But she's looking okay right now. She's either going to come back up to this level to sweep this little flat top we've got here. Got a little bit of a flat top. She might come up here, sweep this flat top, and then roll over. And that seems very likely what she might do. Go down for smooth, says Mo. I don't care about it. This is just to keep you guys entertained. This is just a demo, as you guys know. This is the way I want to trade our fundeds come Monday of next week. Friday might be just a chop session. My P&L for today, I'm up 763 on the eval and up 300, just under 300 on the on my funded. I only need $300 more to get a payout on Bulenox, so maybe we could do that extra 300 on maybe on Friday or Monday. Market close tomorrow, maybe some selling into the close here, maybe. Demo. This is just my demo because I told you guys after 1 o'clock I wasn't going to trade anything funded or eval just because FOMC is crazy. So these are the kind of trades I would have wanted to enter. I'm just showing you guys here. We took the short here because we had we took the short up here because we got the indication on our Renko chart that there was absorption, and then we also got a delta trap up there. We also got a Fibonacci level that was really pretty good up here somewhere, but then it crossed over to Fibonacci, but then we got stuck at the VWAP. So we figured the market either wants to go down here to sweep the overnight low, which it hasn't done yet. It came very close, or come up here to 22,100. So right now it looks like she is deciding to take the low road at the moment. She may not do it during the New York session. She may do it after the close, after the bell. She could do it between 4 to 5 p.m. and then come and get it. Maybe sometime around 4:30. But that'll be it. That'll be it. I just trade NQ for now. NQ has enough. It takes enough of my money. Don't need to trade anything else right now. NQ takes a lot of my paper, man. All right. Anybody need a prayer? Anybody need anything? Anybody going through anything rough? Anybody have a family member going through anything pretty hard? I'll pray for you guys, man, before we go here. What's up, Greg? How you doing, man? The market's open tomorrow, half a day, I think. But we're gonna be on here back testing, and maybe we'll take a trade or two. Tony needs a good prayer. Make it a good one, Smooth. He says, make it a good one. Yeah. Looks like she's going to want to go higher. Pray for peace. Yeah, peace would be great. You're experiencing a lot of life-changing betrayal. Yeah, man. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be on here around 9:15. Mara wants a prayer. I'll pray for all you guys, but if there's anything in specific that anybody needs, I'll definitely include you. Raul. The previous reflux that you said a few hours ago, it touched my heart. The previous reflex? I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah, of course. Greg. Oh. I'm not sure what you mean about the thought of S, but I will definitely include you, Cody. Oh, wow. Yeah, financial freedom. I'll definitely pray for you guys. Yeah, I'll pray for your businesses as well, guys. Fighting cancer, need a prayer. Born again. Oh, man, born again. We got you, born again. That message was good for you too. I'm happy that it resonated with you, Raul. Yeah, man, that's what we're here for. All right, so let's go ahead and talk to our Father. Father God, we thank you for today, Lord. We thank you. We come to you, Father. First of all, we come to you in Jesus' name, Lord. We lay all our grievances, Father, all our sicknesses, all our illness, we lay down before you, Father. And we know that there is no sickness too large, no mental block, no depression, no thoughts of suicide, nothing, Father, in this world that is greater than you. Lord, I ask you to turn every person in this stream, turn them into a new creation, Lord, that only you can do. If they strayed away from you, Father, they've been with you in the past and they've lost faith and they've strayed away, you know, like it says with the prodigal son, Father, that you will receive them with open arms. Lord, I pray for every individual on this stream. I pray for Tony, Mara. I pray for Greg, Raul, Cody, and Born Again, Father, who is going, Born Again, Father. Their health is at risk right now with cancer, Father. And we know, Father, that you have a perfect plan, Lord. And you have a remedy for everything. You have a cure for every disease, Father. I ask you, Father, to turn every one of these people on the stream, male and female, Father. We ask you to turn them into a servant of yours, Father. Come to them with their mission in this life, Father, that only you can lay out for them. I ask you, Father, to show them exactly the path you have for them, Lord. And you reveal yourself to them, Father, so they can live out the life that you intended, Lord. We ask you, Father, to forgive us for our sins and allow us to repent permanently, Father, not just today, but permanently, Father, and walk away from that sin and never return back to it, Lord. We also ask you, Father, for peace. We pray for peace, Father, not only in our families and our homes, but also across all nations, Lord. We come to you, Father, as a group of over 100 people on the stream, and we pray together, Lord, that these nations that are at war with each other, Father, they find peace, and we end this senseless killing. If it's in your will, Lord, we pray for these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, guys. Take care. We'll see you guys tomorrow if you'll be here for the back testing session. Take care. Take care.
Bye.
Cool. Awesome, baby. Are you ready to do some editing? Well, I have a meeting right now at 4 o'clock with this guy. Let me see if I can jump on here real quick. And we'll start editing, okay? The meeting? The meeting is... More options. Join Google Meet link. Here we go. Okay, that's a Google Meet link. We could start in a minute, though, baby, okay? What's up, brother? Give me 1 second. I'll be right with you, all right? I'm gonna switch over to my other computer. Here we go. Yeah, let me just turn the music off. I just finished my stream. Wild day today. What's that, brother? Yeah, we streamed all day today, man. We had a nice stream. We did over almost 2,000 views today. That was good. Yeah, we're growing pretty fast, man. Praise God. I'm sorry, you were there?
Yeah, I saw a little bit.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah. We just finished up. Just buttoned it up. And yeah, man, thank you for reaching out to me. And your suite of indicators looks pretty solid, man. Looks really nice. So yeah, I checked out your most popular one. I saw that it was pretty solid. There was a lot of good information on it. Your toolkit. I think it was your toolkit. And I really like it. But the indicators I use, the way I trade, is very unique. And I think I have never really seen many YouTubers trade this way. Maybe I've seen one or two, but they never really kind of use the same types of indicators I use. So it's a really kind of like watered down version of order flow. Very simple to read order flow and volume based trading. So I don't do any ICT stuff. I know that's very popular. I know that stuff is, it's pretty, but I follow a little bit of a different model when it comes to just order flow, kind of. I guess you would boil it down to that. So.
And do you use something like a bookmap, like another software?
I don't. Because bookmap, a lot of times you see levels, you see where there's liquidity at certain levels. But that liquidity doesn't have to be taken out right now. That liquidity could be taken out later, or it could be a spoof order. So it helps. It's a confirmation, but I don't really use it. I check in from time to time on like YouTube if someone else is using Bookmap, and I'll see if that level I have highlighted also they have it as confirmation with like big orders. But it's not something I normally would use on a day to day. How about yourself? Are you a trader?
Got you. Yeah, I'm a trader, but not like I'm not doing day trading. I'm swing trading mostly.
Nice.
And recently I've gone into crypto, which is nice. It's a bit different than what we're probably used to.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually did the opposite. I used to trade crypto, and now I trade futures. So I still swing Bitcoin here and there. I have a swing short right now that I already cashed out on half of it, but yeah, more the day-to-day stuff is what we're doing with the future stuff is more like what I'm focused on at the moment.
Cool. Yeah. Have you invested in anything crypto-wise?
I mean, other than investments I've made over the years, like I'm still holding on to XRP. I sold the majority of it. I still have a pretty good bag of XRP still. Yeah, XRP. Yeah, it didn't do anything for what, like 4 years. It did absolutely nothing for 4 years, and then caught up. And got some Ethereum. I lost all my Bitcoin learning how to trade when I started trading Bitcoin. Yeah, I lost it all the Bitcoin I had. But I'll get it back when I start making some real profits in trading. So I'm sure I'll have more opportunities.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Just by the way, I don't know if you're aware, I think your stream mic is still on.
My stream mic? I think you're right. Let's see. Yeah,